Hello, good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. I'm delighted to be joined by Paul Nicholson, and Henry Deacon's changed slightly, isn't he? It's Chris Murphy who's back with more puns, I'm sure. They've teed you up for many today, Chris. So we're going to start by talking about Dan Klose. I think that's where we should start because you are probably itching to get a few out on him. It doesn't look like it's going to be that close at the top of the table. It looks like he is going to secure that first place in finals night.
Yeah, coming in on the Wednesday, I was hoping for it to be a little bit closer. There you go, first one, I'm back. But yeah, it's looking like it's a foregone conclusion, though we have said that before, haven't we, in recent weeks. So take nothing for granted, but I can't see any other outcome.
And Nico, Greg Ritchie, his finishing has been a real standout point this week so far, hasn't it?
It has, and I have to pay him a big tribute on Tuesday as well, because he played much better than he did on Monday. The finishing over the course of the 2 days has been excellent, but what I liked about him yesterday is the fact that his finishing wasn't really the big thing. It was that his scoring was improving from day to day. If he can have that same improvement to Wednesday, yes, he might not win Group A, but the fact of the matter is if he's going to continue to improve day on day, Group B beckons for him, that's for sure.
And of course, Ryan Murray was top. We were talking about him after day one. He's the only player so far to have a ton-plus average in this week's action. He's somebody who, how do you think he'd feel coming into today, given that he was top on Monday? We were saying, yeah, we can't really see him relinquishing that lead at the top. We think he'll go on to do it. And then he kind of just dropped off the pace yesterday.
I mean, it happens. The classic example is Martin Adams. Very often on these Monday to Wednesday scenarios, he has one bad day, but still manages to top the group and get through. So Ryan Murray will be looking to do something like win 4 out of 5, maybe all 5 today, and just write off yesterday. But he's a person who I still think is trying to make a name for himself. Of course, he's kind of infamous for having 2 9-darters hit against him in the same match by Michael van Gerwen, and I think he wants to do something himself, so everyone, like, it's not the guy that plays against him. He's pretty good himself as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is one of the main things you mention, isn't it? When you think of Ryan, you do instantly go, oh, he's that bloke who...
And the nickname, I love the nickname as well.
Absolutely, Muzz Lightyear, how could you not love that one? But also Jacques is a player that we knew quite well coming into this. We've seen him in action a number of times, but how do you think, because of course there is still Group B and C to come on Thursday and Friday, how do you think he can go about his business today? Because he was scoring at times yesterday very heavily, wasn't he?
He was at times, but unfortunately it was too patchy for Peter. And I suppose when you think about his motivations for Wednesday, I think it would be really good for Peter to come in today with no expectation. Think that you are going to be in Group C and you're going to be here for the next couple of mornings, but if you can have that day without pressure and somehow nick that 3rd spot, tremendous for your confidence. But just try and take the pressure away today and allow the people at the top to try and protect their positions when you don't have to.
Yeah, it is an exciting day ahead. But Murph has just mentioned one of the names that's going to be in action in Thursday and Friday's sessions, Martin Adams. We've also got Robert Thornton. How excited are you to see them back at the Super Series and on this stage for the first time?
Yeah, a couple of legends, aren't they? Robert Thornton and Martin Adams actually played in the Seniors World Championship final at the start of the year. So to have 2 huge names, 2 greats of the game playing on this stage is fantastic. We'll get more viewers, we'll get more interaction on social media, and they're both capable of doing special things. Adams has hit 9 darters for fun at the age of, what, 66 now? Makes you sick, doesn't it? Will you still be doing it then?
Oh, I don't know if I'll be doing what he does, but...
He's only 5 years off, isn't he?
Well, thanks, Abby. But Chris is absolutely right. Robert's in excellent form. He recently made a challenge to a final, so it's not as if we're just saying it's Robert because of his name. It's Robert because he's playing well. And when is Martin not playing well? So adding them to the field this week is just going to make it better.
And of course, Robert is in Group B. Who do you think are going to be the 2 players? If we're saying that Dan Klose is the player who's going to qualify for finals night, who are the 2 that you think will finish and go into Group B?
I do fancy Greg to make it. I think he'll get there quite comfortably in the next couple of hours. As for the other one, if Ryan Murray's going to have the same kind of day as Tuesday, then his place could be up for grabs. Someone puts in a really good day without any pressure on them. There might be pressure on them in their last game because they might be able to nick that Group B spot. But I'm going to say the Scots are going to make it, and we'll see the 2 Scots in Group B.
Murph, would you go along with that?
Yeah, I'm going to agree, unfortunately. But yeah, I can't. I think he's right. Yeah, friends, aren't we, here at the Super Series? Yeah, Murray and Ritchie. for me.
He says they're friends. When they were asked to stand a little bit closer to each other, Nico kind of recoiled slightly. But anyway, our action gets underway at 9:30 a.m. Not long to wait now. Come and join us on Sporty Stuff TV.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the third and final day of Group A action here in week 11 at the MODUS Super Series. That, of course, means that by the close of play today, we will know the first player through to finals night on Saturday. To look ahead and reflect on what we've already seen, Paul Nicholson alongside me. Nico, a really intriguing day of action yesterday. Daniel Klose winning 5 out of 5. But the highlights video that we're going to show you shortly, he doesn't even feature in that. And I think that's a summary of how he's played. It's been efficient, but no ton-topping finish just yet.
Yeah, that's really weird. I was looking through the statistics this morning, and the amount of consistency that we're getting from Daniel is really, really great. But the jump from the 87 average of Monday to the 90 average of yesterday, it's just very, very good to admire. And you get the feeling that maybe with very little pressure on him today, with that 6-point buffer at the top of the table, you might see even better from him. But when you look at his finishing for the week, no ton-plus finish for the week, that is alarming considering how consistent he's been.
It really is, and we have seen so many ton-plus finishes so far this week. Let's take a look at yesterday's highlights, where some of those feature. Yeah, we saw some really good finish in there yesterday. A number of 1-2-7 in games as well, which really thrilled you and Henry in the commentary box. But of the players we saw in action yesterday, we're going to see the results from yesterday. Daniel Klose, of course, winning 5 out of 5. But it was Greg Ritchie, for me, who upped the scoring. His finishing is still up above 40% for the 2 days, which is quite remarkable.
It is world class, you have to say. When you look at the top of the PDC Tour, some of the best players in the world, they're not that far away from having a 40% checker percentage for their season to date. So I think that's something that Greg can really hang on to. But there were some really good games yesterday. I think really close fought matches as well. And I think the quality on whole yesterday was slightly better than Monday. I don't think we had the same individual performances on Tuesday, but some of the matches for me were more intriguing.
And Daniel Klose, the one game where he was really, really pushed and tested was against Mark McGeeney. It was quite impressive to see. We've not really touched upon him much today, but McGeeney, after that really, really disappointing performance in the previous match, it was good to see him at least putting in that competitive display.
Yeah, I think Mark yesterday was just a bit bewildered with some of his performances. Obviously, he didn't get out of the traps very well in his first game, but after that, he was able to find smatterings of good stuff. And he's got to remember that and what he was doing during those games and then run with that instead of just thinking that it's naturally going to come to you. You've got to find that one little thing that you can grasp onto to make your performances just a little bit better.
Absolutely. We can have a look at the table now and see how things stand going into the final day of action here. It is, of course, Daniel Klose leading the way, and look at that leg difference there for him. That could come into play, of course, but it looks like it is now a battle to get into Group B, doesn't it?
Very much so. You look at the difference between Rob Collins and Daniel Klose, for instance. There's 10 points between them, and mathematically, usually we wouldn't say that it's something that can't be bridged, but that leg difference is outrageous. I think we could be seeing some sort of record today. If Daniel's going to have the same day as yesterday, where he was plus 14 for the day, if he can do that again, this will be a leg difference record.
But a really important last game of the day as well. Rob Collins getting that win. That felt like it could be crucial.
It could. I think it all depends on what he does at the very start of today, but I suppose it also depends on the players as to how much importance they place on being in Group B. I know it's easy for us to say that it's easier to get through that group, but you might prefer to play in the morning, you might prefer to play in the evening. It all depends on personal preference, but I suppose 99 out of 100 players would say I'd rather play in Group B.
Yeah, and we've got Greg Ritchie up against Peter Jacques in our first match of the morning. Of course, we've already mentioned Greg's finishing has been superb. We can see him in action here. If he has a good day, do you think there's any chance he could challenge for top spot? Or do you think that's just me clutching to try and make it competitive?
I think we are clutching a little bit, but I think most of the players would understand if they were in this sort of position that it's probably done and dusted. But it's going to have to be almost a perfect day for Greg, and it's going to have to be a real disaster for Daniel Klose. But having said that, a couple of weeks ago, Conor Heenahan had the other side of the coin game, or the other side of the coin day. He had brilliant one day, and then the next, it didn't go well at all. So let's just hang on a second.
But Peter Jacques, he kind of caused a few upsets yesterday, didn't he? So he could cause another one here and kind of give Daniel Klose that confirmation of top spot early on in the day.
If I was to give Peter any sort of advice coming into today, it would be 3 words: be the spoiler. I know I say that pretty much every Wednesday, but it's so true. My attitude, if I was going on this stage for today in his position, go out there, spoil other people's chances, and give yourself some sort of confidence that you didn't know you had.
Right then, let's see if he can do just that in our first game of the morning. Let's hand over to Chris Murphy. This man's going to run down to join him.
Good morning, thanks Abby. Yes, Daniel is edging closer here to qualifying for finals night on Saturday. Ryan Murray will take him on in the 3rd game of the day to try and put the brakes on a little bit. Before that, Rob Collins and Mark McGeeney. But first, as Paul and Abby were talking about there, Greg Ritchie, the Musselburgh man, taking on the Huddersfield Terrier that is Peter Jacques on this final day of Group A action this week at the MODUS Super Series. In what has been a decent group so far, but the
first leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
And kind of status of players is going to improve over the next couple of days with the likes of Martin Adams and Robert
58.
Thornton joining the action. Really excited for that. Double sessions
96.
tomorrow and Friday. 2 big stars of the sport, but right now it does remain about the race 2 finals, that and indeed who will be in which group.
180.
And this man has shown, as Paul was saying at the top of the show, glimpses of what he can do, and would need a big favour, a collapse really from Klose to take that finals night spot with Greg Ritchie, but has to do his own job first, Paul.
Yes, he does. And I think this is a very good thing for Greg to be in first.
47.
Ahead of Daniel, who starts his campaign for Wednesday in match number 3. So he will know fine well where he stands before Daniel's even thrown a competitive dart today. Sometimes you need that little advantage before you go into your second game. Now, the second game of the day
125
for Greg Ritchie is going to be against Ryan Murray, which is intriguing because those two are both battling for a Group B spot if they can't catch Daniel Klose, so that has a lot of importance to it. But Greg is starting very well this morning. 74 left, and he will lay up for tops.
32.
Well, he might.
PT require 128.
It was the intention, but 59 remaining. You will expect to get a go at it, but there's loads of space in there. Well, I can't believe that. He knows the behaviour of his darts better than me, but it looked, Paul, like he'd left 59. An absolute ocean of space.
Yeah, I agree. I'm surprised he went that route. Greg is eventually on tops.
39.
A couple of missed darts. That one at double
50.
10 missed by quite some distance because of the weight of the dart. The line was pretty good.
Game shot on the
that is the first leg to Jacques against the throw in 17. Somewhat unexpected leg loss there for Greg.
Yeah, we have seen a mix of results in matches between
second
this
leg,
pair.
it's Peter to throw first. Game
All
on.
of them the same scoreline, but one win by 4 legs to 2 for this man, and the same for his opponent
100.
yesterday.
Yeah, the last couple of days, Greg's got 12 points, which is not bad. 9 maximums.
180.
But he's already got 2 in this game, so he's taken himself to double figures. And he's only the second player to have double figures in 180s this week. And the other one,
60.
I'm sure it doesn't take Einstein to figure it out. It is Daniel Klose. But like Abby mentioned at the top of the show, Murph, it's all about the finishing for Greg Ritchie.
91.
43.84% coming into this first match is world class.
And we know one thing that the MODUS Super Series
56.
does is showcases strength in depth in the world of darts. I mean, you look at Greg Ritchie's Challenge Tour record, for example, and it doesn't leap off the page.
78.
Ever made a quarter-final.
That's quite surprising when you think about it.
And it's a kind of the same for Daniel, isn't it? He's not being a player that you would immediately think of when you talk about stars from Germany, for instance. But there is more and more a huge strength in depth in the sort of, I always hesitate to call it amateur because a lot of the players are kind of semi-professional. But the next tier away from the Pro Tour.
That's the right way to put it. The next tier of players beyond the PDC elite.
41.
Seen a couple of people try the treble 19 route here on the 114, but I think conventional behaviour this time for Greg, who sometimes likes something a bit different.
Shot on the second
but there is that finishing
Greg
prowess.
Ritchie.
Once again, gets himself level with the immediate break back.
Third leg, it's Greg to throw first.
That's
Game
for
on.
Peter's first couple of days here this week. His average just a shade under 84. 8 maximums.
24.
But on the flip side of what Greg has been doing, Peter Jacques at 25% in the checkouts. That does need addressing. Now, where do you think these players need to be on the whole to contend? Do you think it's around
96.
36, 37%?
Yeah, I would say 33.33 recurring. I think it's a third. At this level, I think at the elite level, you're now looking at 40% and north of that. But I think if you're hitting a third of your double attempts, you're going to have a very good chance of winning most matches.
The interesting thing about you saying that, Murph, is that half of the players in this group are above that mark, half of them are below it.
Well, on the mark there,
180.
Greg Ritchie. Have you had the tartan chat? Is that the old Ritchie tartan on his shirt and his flights?
I haven't checked it, but I did
100.
talk on Monday about his synchronicity between the flights and the shirt. I thought it was nice branding, but some people might not be aware that
97.
different looking tartans are for different clans. I have my own tartan, the Nicholson clan, and I'm very happy to say mine is black and white.
41. Greg, you require
I'm sure
100.
there'll be a Murphy one as well, no doubt. Well, now it will be treble 19.
68.
And just had a quick glance there at Peter Jacques' score and decided better of going for the double 19. You were just talking about Jacques' frailties on the doubles. I think that's been a long-standing
Greg,
problem for him.
32.
When he was on the Pro Tour, a powerful scorer, but not able to mop up with the same efficiency that Greg Ritchie is doing in this game. Don't miss now, Greg. It would have sounded really good had you hit while I was saying that.
No score.
Cheers, Greg.
Peter,
That was a
require
really, really difficult
116.
dart. I thought he was going to hit it because he was 1 out of every 3 shots hit going into that visit, but
76.
Peter Jacques with a
require
somewhat
32.
desperate last start at double 19 to lead tops, thinking that he's not coming back.
Game shot on the
was right.
third leg.
He is
Ritchie.
100% in this game, Peter Jacques, because he's only had 1 dart at double, but it's not just the doubles in themselves. It's when he gets around
leg,
that
it's Pete's to throw
200-ish
first.
mark,
Game on.
220, starts to put in a few poor visits as well. It's almost like he can see the finish line in a
100.
leg, and it just starts to stutter a little bit.
I'd love to ask you this question. In fact, I've been waiting to ask you this question this week. I've watched Peter for the last 6 years.
140.
I don't remember him using barrels this intricate with this sort of tapered nature. These look a lot thinner than what he used to use. Or is my mind just deceiving me?
No, I'd agree with that. I think he used to use quite... The barrel was the same
96.
width all the way down, if you like, same circumference.
Yeah, maybe trying to get more out of his scoring game, and in doing so, has maybe taken something away from
60.
another part. The way to explain that really is Peter Wright. At times he said that darts like the ones that Peter's using today,
95.
he can score better because they can be so close together with that tapered nature towards the end. But that does have an effect on when you're doubling.
I still don't think we're far away from a player, probably Peter Wright, taking 2 sets of darts on stage and throwing different one at doubles than he does at trebles.
Hello. Goodbye.
98. Peter, you require 96. Game shot on the 4th leg. Peter Jacques.
That was about as clean as it comes, isn't it? 96 out, just like that. And he has not missed a double in this match.
Game on.
But he hasn't hit a 180 yet. But what has gone before doesn't really matter now. It's all about best of 3 from here at 2 legs all.
92.
Yeah, it's a good, solid standard from the pair of them, really. And, you know, we're talking about the scoring of Jacques
56.
and the doubling of Ritchie. Well, they've kind of reversed it for this opener, haven't they?
Check you out using the phrase flip reverse. I mean, could you listen to any more garage music?
135.
One of the things that made me giggle yesterday was the shirt of Peter Jacques. He gets really annoyed
95.
when people say his name wrong. So his nickname is actually phonetically saying Jakesy. Just a way of getting it right.
Ritchie's getting things right in this department. It's now a couple of ton 40s to go with the 3 maximums he's hit in the match.
He's averaging 93.66 currently, which if he can maintain that, it would be his best average of the week. His best so far is 91.4, which strangely was a losing average.
Can't make his mind up here.
It's the old Bucks fizz shot.
58.
Will he be popping the champagne at the end of the day?
That probably went straight over his head. He's only 27. He was born in 1995.
100. Greg requires 76.
I got it, Paul. That's all that matters.
You know everything about music in that era. Your nickname would be Shazam. Double top.
Game shot on the 5th
And more finishing prowess
Ritchie.
there from Greg. Brings himself back to 1 in every 3. Just really good
leg. It's
at the
Pete's to
end
throw
of
first.
legs.
Game on.
He's been showing it all week long, causing problems for the likes of Jacques. And
100.
with a win in this match, he would get himself within 4 points of Klose. And things may change if Ryan Murray could do him a favour in match 3. But still, Ritchie
57.
needs to win this match. And we can't ignore, Murph, that leg difference. There's a difference of 18 between Ritchie and Klose. That's effectively
125.
another 4 points, isn't it?
Yeah, huge, enormous. And I think you were right at the top of the show when you were talking to Abby and saying that we could be on for a record. We'll have to scour through the stats
84.
for the Super Series. Now, people might think that's easy because it's only been around for, what, 3 years almost. But been an awful lot of matches played. We'll get back to you on that one. In fact, Abby, you're not doing anything in between games. We'll let her work it out.
I think we might be going the distance in this game.
99. Peter, you require
Fair play to
136.
Peter, who's got himself on this 136 after 3 visits. Should go south now. Single 19 this time.
96.
And perfectly approached to leave tops after 12.
Hasn't missed a dart double yet, Peter Jacques, in this match.
43. Peter, you require 40.
Now he's got 3 clear and all the time in the world. And I think we put that one down as a wide.
Game
But
shot
that's in the back of the net.
Peter Jacques.
That was a good 3-dart checkout, that, wasn't it? It's almost like he wanted to go 1-7 double 16. Doesn't make any difference
7 and final
whether you
leg.
take it
It's Greg
first
to
dart
throw
or third or
first.
even second,
Game on.
as long as you get it.
It didn't knock him out of his stride, did it? It kept the same rhythm with all 3 darts. Just put it down to a mistake. Everybody makes them.
58.
If Greg loses this leg and Daniel wins his first game against Ryan Murray,
140.
that's pretty much it. Daniel Klose might have to fall off the stage to lose Group A.
I think it would be, wouldn't it?
95.
It'd be, well, yeah, there'd be an absolute mathematical miracle required that would be probably 4-0s in the right
140.
direction for the rest of the matches.
Correct. But we have had a 9-dart shootout since we've come to Portsmouth, and we never had one of those all the way through our time in Southampton, so
95.
funnier things have happened on this hockey.
Yeah, we've been close to having more as well. It's not possible to get one in Group A.
180.
Players could be tied on points and leg difference, but the results against each other would favour one player as they would have played 3 times.
Best leg of scoring in this match
93.
in leg 7
Peter,
from
require
Jacques.
41.
You mentioned, Murph, that his scoring has been excellent in his career on the Pro Tour.
Game
That was
shot,
his best
and the
leg
match.
of
Peter
the entire
Jacques.
week to deny Greg Ritchie a valuable 2 points in his quest for the top spot. It may be too much for him to do now, but look at Jacques. His previous best performance this week was 89.18. That's bettered it by 6.5 points. And 80% on the checkouts was a brilliant display. Well done, Peter. If the pressure's off you today, we'll expect to see more of that as you get yourself to 8 points and off the foot of the table for now. When we come back after this short break, it's going to be Collins against McGeeney.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Peter Jacques come through a last leg decider 4-3 to get the better of Ritchie. Jacques' finishing has been his Achilles heel really this week. It was the best part of his game in that opening match, though his scoring deserted him early on in the match. But in the last leg decider, he put all components together to come through and get 2 points on the board. As Nico said, he could end up being the spoiler in Group A today, and so far that is proving to be the case, putting a dent in Ritchie's hopes of finishing top of Group A, of course. Next up, we've got Rob Collins against Mark McGeeney. We've seen both produce some really good stuff, and of course Mark McGeeney not at his best yesterday. He'll be looking for more consistency this morning, having just shown glimpses of what he's capable of yesterday. There we can see him taking out double 10 to get the better in this match yesterday, but it wasn't the finest performance of the day, I think it's fair to say. As for Rob Collins, of course, getting that victory in the last match of the day yesterday was a real highlight for him. Of course, he's a man who shows a lot of emotion up on that oche. And there he is pinning double 11 in that match there, getting a leg on the board. So let's find out then who's going to come out on top in this one, in the company of Nico and Murph.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, the first result plays into the hands of the seemingly inevitable conclusion to this group, that Daniel Klose is going to close it out and finish top of the table, have a couple of days off and come back on Saturday. But Rob Collins and Mark McGeeney still very much in the mix to try and make it through to the evening sessions on Thursday and Friday and get into Group B. And you saw there McGeeney almost apologetic with that victory at the end of yesterday. The Gladiator, a former finalist at the Lakeside, against a Super Series regular in Rob Collins. Both very capable of players, but based on, well, the stats that I've been looking at this morning, we haven't seen either of them at the peak of their powers so far.
No, I think that's very fair to assume, because I think these guys are looking for something this year.
First leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
I've said on a couple of occasions already this week that Rob Collins is not playing as well this year as last year, and his record of making final days in Super Series darts proves
119.
that. He was always in Saturday nights in 2021, but this year it just hasn't happened. But for McGeeney, I think he's just trying to find something that clicks. I had a little chat with him yesterday, and he said he was a bit mystified as to what was going on, because he had a couple of performances that were a bit out of the ordinary. But sometimes when you're a bit lost with your game, or if you're trying to find something that works, you just have to keep practicing purposefully. And what I mean by that is, just try and feel what's going on.
26.
If you're just throwing at the board and expecting something to happen, it probably never will. But if you can figure out something that isn't quite right and can figure out how to put it right, if you can work on that one thing, maybe that could be the thing that could click you into gear.
Well, crunching the numbers, that one thing for him is the one thing that Peter Jacques needed to put right, and seemed to put right in that first match. 4 out of 5 on the doubles, Jacques. McGeeney, one of those players below that 33% mark we were talking about. Oh, this will be an absolutely excellent start for Collins, and it is a fabulous 1-4-2 check out, and there we get the signature celebration from Rob Collins. And that was a stylish way of doing it as well, Paul, incorporating the bullseye.
Yeah, you're not kidding. That's probably the best finish of the week. Having said that, we have had a 160 from Peter Jacques and a 155 yesterday from Mark McGeeney, but 142's done that way. Just a particularly eye-catching thing to see. But I suppose when you try and categorise Rob Collins, he's a very
99
aggressive-looking player. And when he's going to the board and taking the darts out the board that way, like he did after leg one, he looks a bit like a UFC fighter going into the octagon.
59.
Yeah, shackles off seemingly for Collins in this opening match of the morning for this pair.
85.
Do you think the players, and I'm asking you this question because I haven't actually played in this format in Southampton or Portsmouth, do you think these players feel pressure to make the top 3 as opposed to being put into Group C for the next couple of
96.
mornings? Do you think they put pressure on themselves to try and make it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about pressure as such, but I do think that it is certainly preferable, and the players know that there's a much
56.
better chance. If you go into Group B, it's as simple as this. You've got more chance of making it to finals night than not making it to finals night, because more than half the field goes through. Just a third of the field in Group C. So I think it is such a carrot if you can't make it to that top spot to try and be second or third in this group.
And we've seen just how difficult it is to get through Group C. 2 spots available from 6 players
30.
over the Thursday and Friday
72.
mornings. It's very, very difficult from the evidence that we've had over the last 18 months. That's a great first start from Mark. Double 6. Down to the bottom of the board.
Game shot on the second leg.
There's a really good
McGeeney.
checkout for Mark. His first leg win of the day. And that could have easily left him on 3,
Third
which
leg,
would
it's
have put
Rob
him
to
in a
throw
totally
first.
different
Game on.
psychological space for his first leg win of the day. I think that was really, really good from Mark.
Yeah. Unleashed a little bit of class
100.
there. The dart double 6 wasn't badly thrown at all, and he didn't show any nerves. He wasn't scared of that double 3. Had one dart at it, attacked it, and in it went.
135.
Next match is the one which could see Klose.
60.
I'm not going to keep doing it. Move nearer.
Edge closer. So far this week, it's been McGeeney
60.
having the wood over Rob Collins. He's got the 2 wins on Monday and Tuesday. So he's already wrapped up the head-to-head record in Group A. But if they're both confined to Group C, they will play
60.
a minimum of 5 times in the morning sessions.
It's one of those interesting spots where players have to be aware of the numbers, 306, in order to give themselves the best
58.
chance of leaving a finish. I did see some interesting debate about that kind of thing, 305, 306, whether that is overthought by players and whether
70.
you should go down the old Phil Taylor, it would just keep throwing at the treble 20 until you get near a finish because you're less likely to leave it anyway.
Can I ask who said that? Do you know who it was?
I think it was the
36.
world champion of 1983, if that gives you any clues.
Okay. Right. So let us quash that quite quickly.
85.
What would Michael van Gerwen do?
That's a great question to answer any problem.
Exactly. You've got 441 left after scoring 60 with your first visit. What does Michael van Gerwen do sometimes? He tries to hit a 171 on
Robbie
19s
Require,
because he wants to leave
126.
270. It's about leg positioning. And 306, you have to go 19s first.
Well, he had to go 19s first for that
101.
shot as well. It gave him a dart at the
Require,
ball.
112.
Now McGeeney does have choices. That's not the best dart for him. But he's managed to find a way in. Double 16.
80. Robbie
Tell you what,
Require,
that second dart
25.
was so good. Double 12. Whoops. He's allowed to throw that one. No forward motion.
Won't go there again.
13. Mark you require, 32.
Dan Lauby. The infamous moment when he threw a dart unintentionally.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Mark
that was certainly
McGeeney.
intentional from McGeeney, who does edge ahead again and edges closer to maintaining that perfect record against Rob Collins this week.
Fourth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
I think McGeeney's looking pretty good this morning. He's averaging 87.42 for the first 3 legs, which is a very decent competitive standard in this group. Now, if you look at the first couple of
100.
days, the overall average tells you the most incredible story. Now, everybody sit down, get yourself a nice cup of tea.
100.
And over the next 10 seconds, I will tell you a fabulous tale. The average for Monday was 85.05. The average for yesterday was 85.09. So overall, 85.07, right in the middle of the two. Talk about consistent. It doesn't get any more consistent than that.
There we go. Jack Anori's got an out on Nico.
100.
One thing I will say in direct contradiction to that is that the doubling on Monday at 37.5% was fabulous. But
58.
Yesterday, overall, it was just under 29%. So we did have a lot more missed doubles.
$60.
Difficult to try and find his range there. The first start was very high. Couldn't make the right adjustment, and then an over adjustment really with the third.
Yeah, Mark's action is a lot more mechanical.
Yeah.
It has this stopping point right there. Stop, back, through.
58.
Whereas Collins, everything's always in motion. So there is more likelihood, because of the range of movement, that he will get a flyer.
58.
Yeah, we'd like to see the heat map for this pair, because I think you'd see much tighter bunched darts for McGeeney. And for these
60.
sort of more flowing players, like Rob Collins, field players, if you like, there's much more variance, isn't there? But it's kind of all or nothing.
Yeah, not to mention the fact
100.
that he doesn't have a full extension of the throwing arm. It almost stops about 10% short of the arm going to hyperextension, whereas McGeeney, he's very much stop and place the dart through the air.
100.
He doesn't throw it. He actually pushes it quite delicately.
Double 16 for parity and to effectively assume control of the contest, but it's another drop dart. We'll get Paul Nicholson's opinion on that, because a couple of times
51.
on finishers in the last couple of legs,
Mark, you require
Collins
80.
has let one slip and it's just knocked him out of his stride.
Perfect. Double 10.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
If this performance is not giving him that little jolt of confidence that he really wants, I don't know what will. This is a really steady display, and when he's getting
Fifth
to the
leg, it's
double,
Rob
he's
to throw
taking care of it.
first. Game on.
Thoughts on those drop darts? Coincidence or something more?
I think maybe coincidence. I haven't seen him do it a great deal this week, but I'll tell you what, if I was
24.
doing what Gerwin Price is doing right now, I'd continue to drop the darts a lot more.
True. In fine form once again at the World Grand Prix last night. My pick to take that particular title.
26.
Is it yours?
I wrote a couple of articles and did a couple of podcasts about the World Grand Prix, and I was somewhat looking for outsiders, but in my heart of hearts, I was thinking
84.
Price is going to take some beating. On top of that, how good was that Cullen Heta game last night? That was outrageous.
Yeah, superb.
Same average for the whole match.
13.
Bizarrely, that the worst match has probably been Van Gerwen against Anderson. Who would have thought that a few years ago?
Yeah, absolutely. Game between Gilding and Ross Smith last night was pretty decent. That was a bit of a roller coaster,
96.
but I don't ever remember seeing a match at the World Grand Prix where both players had the same average. Over 91 is an excellent standard in double start. And they had the same double statistics as well, I believe,
100.
in starting in each leg.
Yeah, remarkable. Keep running into each other as well in big TV tournaments. Here, Rob Collins trying to
97.
get McGeeney in a battle. That sounded like a Christina Aguilera song, didn't it?
I've missed you, mate. You know that. I really have.
100.
That's a good ton there from Mark. But he's going to have to utilise the 18s potentially when he comes back. With Collins a good dart ahead and now more, he's going to have to be
86.
quite creative to leave something gettable here.
Well, it's McGeeney's turn to drop one on the floor, but he did it on approach rather than at the hockey. Now he does need to move and does. I meant move where he threw the dart, not where he stood.
Rob, you require 114.
That 114, options on it. Still options on it. But it's conventional.
74.
Not quite clinical. Seems a long time since he popped that 142 to take the first leg.
It really does.
140.
The scoring has slowed down a little bit here.
40.
Their averages are very, very similar. Collins doesn't want to miss this.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
doesn't.
leg. Rob Collins.
So the option for him to get 2 points to start his day and to get to 10 alongside Ryan Murray.
Smart to throw first.
Still alive,
Game
but
on.
he'll need to win the last 2 legs of the contest. McGeeney on 6, currently at the bottom of the table. If he was to find one more leg, he would get to 8 points with Jacques and Collins.
60.
Well, we did say, like Jacques, the bit that he would have to sort out was his doubling, and he's done that in this match, Mark McGeeney. Rob Collins, quite the opposite.
180.
First 180 of the match. Is McGeeney joining him? Should be a 140.
100.
Quite unfortunate that he didn't get it. From the 180 perspective, so far this week, McGeeney has got 4, which is the least of any
80.
player. Collins has now got 6, which is in 5th position of the 6 players. So we're seeing less likelihood of 180s coming from these guys than any other. But there is another one.
180.
Perfect timing, Mark. Thanks for your help.
All about timing, isn't it? And it's a really well-timed maximum for McGeeney, because it looked like the Man of Steel might be about to steal the leg and maybe even the match. But now McGeeney has half a dozen darts from 161. I could think about the bull.
99.
Yeah, the 25 does leave the single to double combination, whereas going for the treble and missing it leaves
140.
the treble to double combo. And that's a lot more difficult now that Rob has left 46.
More margins can matter. Well, 18 off, 44 remaining.
Acapulco.
Game
Mark
shot.
McGeeney going loco, 4 tops
Mark McGeeney
to win the match, and the Gladiator gets it done once again against Rob Collins. A 4-2 success for McGeeney there. That 180 they hit back in the final leg, pretty crucial. A brilliant 1-4-2 start for Rob Collins, but that was as good as it got. Double trouble for him, and Mark McGeeney clinical in that department. Coming up after the break, we will see the runaway league leader move closer to securing his spot at finals night if he can beat Ryan Murray. It's Daniel Klose against Muzz Lightyear in a few moments' time.
Hello and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Mark McGeeney record a 4-2 victory in his opening game of the day over Rob Collins. As you can see, both players averaging just shy of 85 in that one, 180 apiece, but Mark McGeeney over 66% checkout percent in that one. Rob Collins picking up where he left off yesterday in the first leg of the day. A superb 1-4-2 outshot, but from there McGeeney upped his level. The overall standard was superior to what he produced yesterday, but there were moments where he took his foot off the gas, just showing that he's not quite firing on all cylinders just yet. But a crucial 2 points for him, and it should prove to be a good confidence boost for him for the remainder of the final day in Group A. So next then, we've got Dan Klose against Ryan Murray. We're going to take a little look at both of them in action from yesterday. Here's Ryan Murray up first. Of course, this match yesterday was a top of the table clash, wasn't it? Ryan Murray, though, unable to maintain the consistency and reach the heights of Monday in that session yesterday. But here's Daniel Klose, who achieved perfection yesterday, winning 5 out of 5 of his matches. And a reminder, of course, that he is on debut this week. He's won 9 of his 10 matches in the Super Series so far. Mr. Efficiency, as we like to call him here. Let's hand over to the commentary team to see if he can continue this superb run.
Can Klose close it out? We're about to find out, as Daniel, on debut here at the Super Series, faces Mus Lightyear Ryan Murray, but it looks like it's his opponent who's going to infinity and beyond. Dan the Man, an imaginative nickname. We'll have to sort that out as he progresses through the ranks of this sport. Ryan Murray from Scotland, as we mentioned, for those of you who are watching our exclusive YouTube chat around 9:20 AM. Best known for having 2 9-darters hit against him in the same match by Michael Van Goen, but has had some career highlights of his own. And despite the brilliant run that his opponent's on, more than capable of stopping
First leg, it's
that
Daniel to throw
charge
first. Game on.
and maybe delaying the inevitable.
Day number 3. Third different shirt. I wonder how many colours he's got. These days,
140.
dart players are worse than football teams for kits. It's been red, it's been white, it's orange today.
137.
Imagine if you're a fan of certain dart players, it would cost you a lot of money just to keep up with the kits. But he has been really good the last couple of days, as Daniel. I haven't lied, and I didn't say that I knew a great deal about him coming into this.
140.
I'll tell you one thing. I know a lot more about him now. His average on Monday was just a shade over 86. Yesterday, a shade over 90. Great improvement.
140.
Decent doubling all week long at 37% exactly, but strangely, no ton plus checkouts in 10 matches. Just plain weird.
Yeah.
100.
Maybe a sign that he hasn't needed them.
In a lot of the matches, his approach play has been excellent. So he hasn't needed those ton plus checkouts.
41.
But
Daniel,
surely
you require
you would hit one at some
121.
point. I mean, if he goes through the whole week without one, that'll be just very peculiar.
Well, he's not going to hit one now. First dart put paid to that.
81.
But he leaves himself handy. It's a very Daniel Klose kind of leg.
$96. Daniel, you require 40.
He's definitely back in the mood on a double after 12 darts.
Game shot
And
on the
he's at it
first
again.
leg. Daniel Klose.
I don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind that if he wins this game, he's going to be safe.
Yeah,
Second leg,
including
it's Ryan
his,
to throw first.
which
Game
might
on.
just affect the performance level a little bit. But so far, it's affecting it in a positive way, it seems. 13 dart
26.
start. I mentioned the evolution of nickname. Dan the Man, I'm not having that, Paul. But do you know the evolution of the Murray nicknames to get to Buzz Lightyear?
180.
Well, wasn't his affectionate nickname Muzzer?
So he had that. He's also been called Top Gun and also the Michelin Man
140.
in the past before eventually settling on this, which I think is a wise decision, a really good brand.
The Michelin Man? What, has he got 3 stars in a restaurant?
44.
Well, that explains the stars on his shirt anyway. Yeah, I quite like this actually. It's a good identity.
140.
Hey, yeah, he went to, was it the Players' Championship finals? And he actually played against Woody, didn't he? Buzz Lightyear.
Luke Woodhouse.
Yeah, I'm sure me and you were commentating on it.
125.
It sounds like our kind of game.
When they were behind closed doors in Coventry. Racking my brains here. I'm going to try and confirm this on my information device, but I'm sure it happened.
140.
He did, because he beat
Daniel
Stephen
Mackay,
Bunting
152.
in the previous round.
Another chance of a ton plus checkout for Daniel, which is not going to be taken. This time it's Murray well positioned after 12.
55.
Looking at 15 tops.
Good guide.
25.
Oh, he's gone
Daniel, you
into
require
the next door neighbour's
52.
yard.
Got caught walking on the grass there. Did Ryan Murray.
Game
But the
shot on
green
second
segment this
leg.
time is kind
Daniel
for
Klose.
Klose. This is sneaky good. I almost don't want to tell you what the average is because so far this week,
Third leg, it's Daniel to throw first.
when we consider
Game
how
on.
consistent Daniel Klose has been, you think at some point he's going to have a really big performance. Well, once or twice this week he has come out of the blocks like this.
119.
As you can see with the 111 start, which has just got a little bit better. But his best average so far this week is 93.94.
177.
Well, that's a great response from Ryan.
Oh, look at this. Stats amazing from this pair at the Super Series.
Now, I have it on good authority, and it's being
100.
checked as we speak, that the leg difference record for Group A could well be plus 30. Today, we're starting with
94.
Daniel Klose on plus 22 with those 18 points. Only the one defeat this week.
Yeah, and that came in his second match, didn't it? So he's won his last 8 before this one, on course to make it 9 on the spin.
95.
One thing we can say as well is that Jim McEwen's record of 16 consecutive victories in Super Series darts is looking pretty safe this week. But
60.
what if Daniel was to win all games today and then all games on Saturday?
All games on Saturday and then turn up at Champions Week and try and extend that winning run.
Exactly.
100. Ryan, you
And
require
I know that Jim's going to be
170.
watching today. He loves watching when he's practicing.
Or will he be watching Murray tuck into the big fish?
84.
They got the batter
Daniel,
off.
you require 87.
Our referee likes a big fish. He was eating sea bass last night. Perfectly cooked, by the way. 3 Michelin stars there for Charlie.
Game
And
shot
3
on the
legs
third
for Daniel
leg.
Klose.
Daniel Klose.
This is getting really interesting. Best average of the week we've had from any player is 101.9.
Fourth leg, it's
From
Ryan to
Ryan
throw
Murray.
first. Game on.
Yeah, it's just short of 110 at the moment for Daniel Klose. Murray himself, he's averaging in 3 figures as well.
180.
He's not going to have his best average of the week and lose, right? That would be just cruel. But what are we finding when it comes to German dart
59.
players? we found Wenig, we found Klose, we found so many over the last 3 or 4 years. Germany is becoming this
140.
incredible nation that churns out players.
The prospect of the perfect leg was there for Moriu. As you just saw, actually, he's now averaging more than the opponent that's beating him 3-0.
140.
What would Chris Mason say? They don't put averages on trophies? Unless you've won a trophy that's for the highest average.
140.
Does that exist?
Oh, yeah. I've got some trophies at home from Australia, which my good friend Tony Birtwistle brought back in a recent trip to England. And one of them was for highest peg.
138.
Which was 150
Ryan required
in
41.
the MSDA League in Australia. But this is for an 11 darter.
Game shot
Well,
on
that's
the
the highest
fourth
peg on the
leg.
dartboard.
Ryan Murray.
And Ryan Murray does complete an 11 dart leg to keep himself in
Fifth leg.
contention.
It's Daniel
The
to
flame
throw first. Game on.
maybe flickering.
I don't mean to keep flashing these ones up, but come on. We haven't had a game like this all week. We take this standard all day long.
Oh, absolutely. Not much between them
99.
in that department, but it's 3 out of 3 on checkouts for Klose that's done the damage, and still without a 3-figure finish.
60.
Keeps doing that, he's going to get a nickname. But I had it on good authority that plus 30 was the leg difference record. That is now confirmed. Chris Gilliland holds that plus 30 record in Group A. And if Klose was to get a 4-1 victory here, his leg difference would go to plus 25.
Yeah, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that he could absolutely smash that record
82.
from the end of the day.
Well, if he mimics what he did yesterday, because he was plus 14 for the day, I mean, he could go to plus 36.
180.
Can he close out this match in sensational style? A man who hasn't had a single 3-figure outshot all week, despite his darting dominance in this
80.
group, is looking
Daniel
at
required
164 after hitting a
164.
maximum, his second of the match.
Yes or no? I'm going to go no.
I'm going to go yes. Oh,
He's done you like a kipper.
132.
I'm now going to call the 164 the kipper for the rest of time. I'm going to call him the kipper.
Oh, keep talking about fish.
140.
We might as well have
Daniel, you require
fish-related
32.
finishes. But this is for an enormous average.
Game, shots, and the
Absolutely
match.
brilliant.
Daniel Klose.
111.48, a 4-1 thumping of Ryan Murray, who himself averaged 104.66, but only managed to get one leg against this immovable object at the top of the Group A table that is Germany's Daniel Klose. He sticks in his best performance of the week in his first match of the day, didn't miss a dart at double, and he is as good as through to finals night. It's Clinical Klose once again. Coming next, Peter Jacques and Rob Collins carry on the race for Group B, because that finals night spot rather, is going to Daniel Klose.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen the highest quality contest of the week by some distance. Dan Klose beating Ryan Murray by 4 legs to 1. And interestingly, in the 3 games that these two players have played so far, Ryan Murray has taken just 2 legs from the German. Look at those averages, both in excess of a ton. Daniel Klose well over 111 in that one. 4 out of 4 on the outer ring. We've spoken about Klose's efficiency all week, but that word doesn't do justice the performance he has just put in there. It really does feel like we're unearthing a sublime German talent once more. We can see what that does to the table. And of course, as Nico said in commentary, plus 30 is currently the highest leg difference in Group A. And as Murph said, Daniel Klose could well go on and smash that as things stand. He's on 20 points now with 4 more games in Group A remaining for him. Up next, we've got Jacques against Rob Collins. Jacques looking to record back-to-back victories this week for the first time. As for Rob Collins, of course, taking out the biggest finish of the day with that 1-4-2 in his opening match. But he'll be looking to move into double figures in the table and move on to 10 points with a win in this next match. So let's see then who comes out on top in this one in the company of Murph and Nico.
Thanks, Abby. Welcome back to round 2 of our matches for Wednesday then. And I suppose we have to say that, with the exception of a miracle, Daniel Klose is very, very, very close to being part of Saturday night, but I don't think anybody's going to deny him, especially when we've just had the second highest average in this venue. The venue record being 115.62 from Conor Heenan. Daniel Klose with 111.48 with 100% on the doubles. The second best statistical performance since we moved to Portsmouth. How impressed were you with that one, Murph?
Very, very impressed. Obviously, it's the first real
140
up close look that I've had at Daniel. I've been keeping an eye on the action this week, but that is a real statement performance. And I think as well, you know, it's going to be one to watch. If you want to be here on Saturday night and see someone who could be rather special, get yourself to dartshop.tv, book a ticket. 97. You do pay a £5, but that's redeemable for a nice little refreshment at the bar on arrival. So the tickets are free. And you might be able 96. To one day say I was there when Daniel Klose emerged.
I remember going to the Comedy Store in London, and
83.
Do you know who the warm-up act was for the night? He was the first person on stage, and nobody knew who he was.
I'm tempted to have an actual guess, but it would just be silly, wouldn't it?
Go for it. Go on, have a crack.
55.
Well, when did you go?
It was 12 years ago.
Let's go for
96.
Andrew Guild. No, I'm joking. Michael McIntyre.
You're not that far wrong. Kevin Bridges.
100.
He stole the show.
Peter, you require 85.
So there you go. Stealing the show this week is Daniel. However, Jacques has been finishing really well today. Did so in his first match.
71.
But not so right
Robbie
there,
require
offering
110.
Collins the opportunity of a 110 out.
Double top.
Game
Collins
shot on the
claims
first
it,
leg.
and Jacques
Rob
will
Collins.
feel robbed.
Still the only thing that Klose has not done this week, the old ton
Second
plus
leg
check
gets
out.
Rob to throw
Everybody else
first.
seems to be
Game
doing
on.
it fine. But just to give you an indication, I don't want to harp on too much about that big average, but let's face it, it has been the best performance of the week.
100.
7th highest average of the year. 12th highest in total since we went to Southampton at the start of 2021. 2nd highest here, like I mentioned. And the highest, and this is my favourite of all of the stats that I've been given on that average, it's the highest average from a player outside of the UK and Ireland
60.
since we started.
My favourite is that the 2nd highest average of the week was
137.
Was Ryan Murray's average in that match. Just so entertaining to think about. I'm sure Ryan doesn't feel about it that way.
85.
Well, Jacques has made a decent start here. Despite those missed couple of doubles, he's in the box seat against a throw. Although he's made a little bit of a mess of that
41.
and can't rescue it. And we did say in the previous match, when he gets around that low 200s level, that's when he seems to have a bad visit. And it's a bad habit.
96.
It's not really reflected in anything but his overall average as well, because we tend to keep some statistics in World Darts about the first 9. But visit 4 is
97.
really
Robbie require
important. If you're not taking a
160.
12 darter, visit 4 is on the approach to the finish.
And he'll have a choice to make when he comes back.
100.
Because Collins has left
PT
himself
require
a
92.
simple 2-darter. Jacques may look at the bull. Oh no, he's gone straight for it. All out attack.
Aim shot on the second
And it's paid
leg.
dividends for Peter
Jacques.
Jacques. A 92 checkout in response to the 110 from his opponent to break in the first leg. That one's cancelled
Third
out.
leg, it's Peter
And
to throw
Jacques
first.
is back
Game
on track.
Being a dart player myself, or attempting to be anyway, finishes like that
42.
are what breed confidence. A beautiful first dart, a perfect second dart. You've got a dart left in your left hand, and you're already hearing game shot in the second leg.
58.
That will make Peter feel so good right now.
Well, we speak about that bullseye route there, which is kind of old school, guaranteeing yourself a dart at the bull for the leg. As Jacques weighs in with the match's first max. But you said the question earlier, what would Michael van Gerwen do? And in that situation, he'd go for treble 20, because with 3 darts,
80.
a 92 finish, you're more likely to finish a 92 in its entirety going that way than you are going for the bullseye, and the stats back it up.
Well, I'm going to go with another Dutchman in Raymond van Barneveld, because
59.
in an interview about 10 years ago, when everybody was going 25 first on those 90-plus shots, Raymond somewhat famously said, no, I'm going to keep going for the treble, because we're world-class players.
140.
We should be able to hit a treble with one of the first 2 darts. And everybody took notice and said, you're right. And more people nowadays are using the treble ring to get to the double. And if they miss it, they're going for a double-double option. So 92, for example, you get a single 20, and they're going to the northeast of the board for 2 double 18s. That's happening more than ever.
We spoke about evolution of certain things in the game, and that's one of them.
134.
Collins may end up on the bullseye at the end of his next visit.
Yes. 75. Robbie require 89.
It will be the bull.
47.
But it isn't the bull, and this is a 90-plus
PT
shot where you
required
can't really use
98.
the bull to your advantage, so it has to be the 60 again.
Well, there is the argument for double-double here, but he's found a treble.
86.
Backed himself to do exactly
Robbie
what Raymond
required
advised and hit
42.
a treble with one of the first 2 darts. But couldn't find the bit at the end. And Collins on
Game
top.
shot on the third leg.
Now on top,
Rob
2-1.
Collins.
What a beautiful shot that was. Look at where this goes in. You could take a photograph of that and put it on the wall.
Fourth leg, it's Rob to throw
Beautiful
first.
shot from Rob.
Game on.
It's break, break, break at the start of this one.
That sounds like my back.
100.
I suppose we have to talk about the fact that this is someone trying to get 2 points, but denying the other person 2 points is a big, big thing right now.
60.
Jacques on 8 points is currently in 5th position in the table. Jacques is in
85.
Sorry, Jacques is in 5th position. Collins is in 6th, but only by 1 leg. But they're only 2 points behind Ryan Murray, and maybe a little bit behind him in leg difference.
100.
But there is a big race going on for that 3rd spot now. Even the possibility of nicking 2 spots in the top 3, because
78.
Greg Ritchie's only on 12. He's only 4 points ahead. That could be erased by the time we get to, say, match 10 or 11.
Yeah, they're on the same points as Mark McGeeney as well, who plays Daniel Klose in his next match.
81.
So they would expect to still be ahead of him, whoever wins this game. Klose looks to carry on a fantastic run and make it 10 on the spin.
180.
Walks around the stage with real confidence, does Rob. And he should,
60.
because that maximum's
Rob,
left him at 58 for a 3-1 advantage. He's been good on tops.
Game
He's
shot on the
been
fourth
fabulous
leg.
on it.
Rob Collins.
60% on the doubles in this match with a 94 average. Fast becoming his best performance of the week so
Fifth
far.
leg, it's
And where have we
Pete's to
said
throw
that before
first. Game
already
on.
today?
Yeah, he's hit tops 3 times to win the 3 legs, and that the first holder throw in the game.
96.
Really puts Collins in charge, having lost his opening match against Mark McGeeney.
Best game so far this week. Rob averaged exactly 90.
180.
But it's getting better. 98 the average now, 2 maximums. So if you had
98.
a little flutter on this match of 2.5 180s or better, you're in the money. But remember, it's over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information
94.
on that. Please gamble responsibly.
And Collins is looking like a pretty safe bet
140.
from this position. Jacques does get himself down to a finish first. But even without a treble, Collins can join him.
60. Peter, you require 167.
2 cracks at possibly the biggest finish of the week. Biggest so far, 160 from Peter Jacques. That was hit very
45.
early in the campaign.
Rob, you require 167.
Problem for Collins with this one is he can't finish on tops.
Good point. If only we could.
41. Peter,
You
you
need the quad
require
ring.
122.
And again, we saw that little bit of a frailty from Jacques, only scoring 45, but Collins followed suit this time, and it allows Peter an opportunity at the bullseye.
85. Rob, you require
There's a number you don't see left all the
126.
time, 37. He might be squandered on 37. Double 6
120.
close. to a 4-1 victory.
Peter, you require 37.
Big 5. Double 16. Double 8.
21.
Well, he almost bust, but it could
Rob,
be
you require
all over for
6.
Jacques in this match.
It should be. But
No
isn't.
score.
That was
Peter,
a bit
you
of a
require
Billy
16.
Idol dart there, a bit of a wild one.
Does that help or hinder? The fact that he's moved suggests the latter. And that might leave Peter Jacques completely locked out.
To hit this, he's going to need Harry Potter.
Harry Houdini and Harry Potter.
No score.
No
Rob,
wizardry
you
there.
require 6.
Now Collins looking to finish the job. 1 for double 1.
No score.
Collins still can't clinch it.
Peter, you require 16.
That's 6 match darts missed in 3 visits.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He's going to have to go
Peter
all the way back to
Jacques.
501 now. The equivalent of losing a hole in the Ryder Cup and then having another chance, but you have to go
Sixth
to
leg,
the
it's
next
Rob to
tee.
throw first.
But
Game
he
on.
is teeing off first.
Well, Tier's been for tops for Rob Collins in this game. He's hit that 3 times. He hasn't in anything else. Missed the bull, missed double 6,
78.
missed double 3, missed double 1.
He's probably hoping he could just turn the board all the way around from double 3 to tops, because on the
55.
North Pole he's been fine, but the South Pole not so good.
$180.
Just give me a really good idea, actually, somewhat inadvertently there.
Do share.
You know how we talk a lot about sustainability these days,
41.
and dartboards are made of plant materials. I don't know whether our fans are actually aware of that, but it is made with sisal, which is a plant.
70.
A really good way of recycling dartboards is probably to make them into clocks.
There you go.
Now, I've never made a clock from a dartboard. I might look into that.
We'll just quickly get the patent in.
180.
Well timed there from Peter Jacques just to put some pressure on, but Collins is
93.
running away. And this time, he can leave that favourite double. It's a situation here where he'd probably prefer to miss the treble.
Yeah, you go for it twice.
100.
This is true.
Rob, you require 80.
Yeah, look at that. Completely intentional, this. Building the ladder to tops rather than bothering with doubles
40.
he can't hit. But he
Peter,
can't
you
hit that on this
require
occasion.
125.
I get the feeling that going for the underside of that barrel was probably the right shot to try and give himself a bit more space. Doesn't matter now, he's got plenty of space. In fact, only
85.
7'9" ¼ inches
Rob, you
between
require
himself
40.
and tops, and a 4-2 win.
Well, has to go somewhere else. 2 10s.
Game, shot, and the match.
And it is a
Rob
4-2
Collins.
success in the end for Rob Collins. He was looking comfortable for most of the contest, but he kind of fell over the line in the end. A fine start to the game. 110 checkout for Rob Collins, who hit 142 earlier on today, but started to show frailties on the doubles. Everything but tops was beyond him until finally he put that right with that double 10 to win the match 4-2. Coming up after the break, Ryan Murray takes on Greg Ritchie. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Rob Collins get his first victory of the day, a 4-2 win for him over Peter Jacques in that one. It does feel like the overall standard of darts has improved today. I'm assuming that's because of the arrival of Chris Murphy and everyone wanting to impress him today. Rob Collins there with an average just over 87 in that one. Another high checkout in excess of a ton from him in that one. He's cut a frustrated figure at times this week. He's started creeping in towards the end of that match as he started to miss on the outer ring. But on the whole, that was quite a solid performance from him in that one. As you can see, Jacques with more problems on the outer ring. We can see what that does to the league table. After that match, you can see Rob Collins still in 4th place, but he does move into double figures. It looks like he could still challenge, of course, for a place in Group B. He's now level on points with Ryan Murray, who's up next against Greg Ritchie. Both players losing their opening games of the day. For Ritchie, it was a real sickener, wasn't it? Because yesterday he won 2 last leg deciders. He lost out in the first match of the day to Mark McGeeney. So let's see who comes out on top in this one in the company of Murph and Nico.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. This is the game that could solidify the invitation for Dan Klose into Saturday night, because in this all-Scottish battle, if Ryan Murray comes out on top, Dan will be there. The middle part of round 2 is what we've got right now, and McGeeney will play a closer after this. But Murray and Ritchie this week in the Battle of the Scots, it's currently 1-1. And we will decide the head-to-head record on Wednesday in this 3rd match of the week.
First leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Charlie Corstorphine, the referee, gets us underway. Very able official.
I'm going to stick you straight on the spot before we go into this game, because over the last couple of days, I've asked Henry Deacon, our colleague,
100.
a couple of interesting questions. Who's your favourite Scottish player?
Oh, interesting.
139.
I've got different levels of favourite. I think favourite to watch was Gary Anderson, not so much these days.
95.
I think Peter Wright's a fascinating story. As a person, probably John Henderson. So, is that an acceptable answer?
Absolutely.
85.
Covering all bases, nothing wrong with that.
Robert Thornton as well, obviously a great of the game and will be here this
139.
week. So better say him. He's turning up tomorrow.
I'm actually really excited to see Rob. He's a good mate of mine. I've been knocking around him for a good 14 years now, and he's just a lovely bloke.
96.
I thought it was going to be harder than that. I thought it was going to be like
167.
which Simpsons character is Charlie Corstorphine?
That is a really difficult question. I best not go there, because our fellow referee Owen Binks was getting a bit of a huff on yesterday because we called him Millhouse.
Yeah, he could fall out of himself though in Binks.
55. Ryan, you require 42.
Well, double top.
Game shot the first
Murray
leg.
draws first
Ryan
blood
Murray.
in this all-Scottish showdown. Probably
Second
the
leg,
one that
it's Greg
is
to throw first.
a
Game
little
on.
bit more experience than Greg Ritchie, but not by much.
Yeah, Ryan's got himself a tour card. Ultimately had to relinquish it, but
190.
not without a little bit of success. He did make a debut at the World Championship. He did have some very good results at the Winter Series in 2020 when we were there, Murph. He was looking very likely
81.
to really springboard himself into a different bracket of players. But I get the feeling that at the end of 2020, when he was finding his best form,
96.
the end of the season came at the wrong time. He really wanted the season to continue from there, because had it done so, I think he got a really good bit of momentum going.
62.
And Ritchie himself did play in the UK Open back in 2020. I'm going to ask you a question now. Do you know who he played? The clue was in the question.
140.
It wasn't Woody, was it?
I'm going to ask you a question.
Jason Askew,
125.
very good. Jason Askew actually holds the
146.
average record with us of 118 plus. Still hasn't been beaten. And it was set
40.
in week 1 last year.
Yeah, we do think, I know Chris Mason certainly believes that we're going to see that 120 barrier broken at some point soon.
180. Greg, you require
And we've seen evidence of that from the likes of Daniel Klose and Ryan Murray, who, let's not forget, averaged 106 himself. Speaking of 106...
86. Ryan, you require 53.
Not quite.
To double the lead on tops. Break of throw, possible.
Game shot,
Break
the
of throw
second
taken.
leg. Ryan Murray.
Greg Ritchie is now in a bit of a dogfight for his top 3 spot. He may have the points advantage,
Third leg, it's Ryan
but
to throw
someone
first.
is bearing
Game
down on
on.
him right now, and that person is his opponent because he's only 2 points behind him. And a heavy win here for Murray, who has definitely got out of the blocks today, average-wise.
140.
He could extinguish the leg advantage that Greg has if he wins by, say, 4 legs to 0 or 4 legs to 1.
Anything but average from
57.
Ryan Murray so far, despite defeating his opener when he ran into a devilish display from Daniel Klose.
122.
In action next and could be confirmed, as Paul said at the start of this match. 4 finals night on Saturday. In other news, the sky is blue, grass is green.
96.
It was such an obvious outcome. But we can just change the question mark into a bold
97.
font full stop.
We've already talked about so many Scottish things this week. We've already mentioned Kevin Bridges, a famous Scottish comedian.
134.
I was actually having a bit of banter last night with
142.
our referee, talking about a very famous Robin Williams sketch, talking about golf.
Oh, I've
100.
seen the one, yeah.
If you've never seen it, it is a guaranteed laugh.
That's the biggest shock all day, actually. Banter with Charlie Corstefine.
You're doing him a disservice there.
58. Ryan, you
Well,
require
3-0
42.
imminent. We haven't had a 4-0 yet. We've had every other result so far today.
Game shot on the
And it
third
is
leg.
3-0.
Ryan Murray.
That one was hanging on a little bit on the outside wire, wasn't it? But still averaging over 100, not just for this game, but
Fourth
for the
leg, it's
day.
Greg to throw first. Game on.
For legal reasons, I just will point out that Charlie Corstefine is a very amiable and entertaining fellow.
100.
Aren't many better referees either, Paul.
Yeah, too right. It's a very hard job that they do
177.
in calling so many matches throughout the week. 104 matches we have weekly here at the MODUS Super Series. And predominantly it's done by one person. But
139.
Ryan Murray, what did he have for breakfast? I want some.
85.
Heavy dart as well, 28 grams. Second heaviest that I've seen in modern day darts, with Ryan Searle, the other one only. He's the only other one throwing
56.
heavier at 32 grams, but
Heavy darts, heavy scoring. Looking like another lofty average for Ryan Murray, who's around that 106 mark yet again.
57.
lofty. Wasn't he in EastEnders? He could probably throw a few darts and... What's the name of the pub? The Queen Vic?
84.
Correct.
Go on, leave double one.
100.
That'll do.
Greg, you require
But he's got to dodge.
122.
A possible check out here for Greg. He's only had one darted double in this match, besides averaging almost 93.
64. Ryan,
You were talking about EastEnders. Well,
82.
Shane Ritchie might have had more chance of winning this one. Greg's not been at the races, and Murray has been absolutely sublime.
42.
Can't cap a dominant
Greg, you
display.
require 58.
Will he complete the whitewash?
Depends on what Greg does now.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well, there you go.
Greg
He does
Ritchie.
miss one double earlier in the match, but he doesn't miss doubles for long. Had Muzz Lightyear hit that tops for the
Fifth leg,
82,
it's Ryan
it
to
would
throw
have been
first.
a
Game
ton-topping average and the first 2 points of the day. But Greg clinging on to that second position in the table
96.
currently. He's a gritty little player.
Yeah, just to put you all in the picture, Daniel Klose, top of the table on 20 points, and a leg difference of 25. Greg Ritchie second, 8 points behind, 22 legs behind.
58.
And everybody else has a negative leg difference, including Ryan Murray, who will still have that, even if he wins this match 4-1 now, because he was on -4 before it started, but will go level on points with Ritchie.
It's getting to the stage where we may have to cut Daniel's arm open and see if he's a Terminator. You got the right accent for it.
85.
Yes, before anybody tweets me, I know Arnold Schwarzenegger's from Austria.
Well, he will be back. Klose takes on McGeeney in the next game.
140.
But it's not about his result at the moment, it's about Ritchie's result, because
98. Greg, you require 152.
Saturday secure if Ritchie can't turn this around.
Don't forget about the Group A curse in Stage 1. Only one player
42.
who has made it to Champions Week
Ryan, you require
won a Group A
164.
in the first 3 days of the week. That was Graham Hall in Week 3. Since then, Group A has been
54.
bad news for the winner.
Greg, you require
So it hasn't
110.
happened yet at this new venue, the MODUS Live Lounge, and you could be here on Saturday night. Head to dartshop.tv for all the info if you live
Ryan,
in and around Portsmouth, or just
110.
fancy a pilgrimage. Say you've been. And this game will go on.
29.
A bit like Celine Dion's heart in
Greg, you
Titanic.
requires 16. Game
And
shot
the game
fifth
does
play.
go on. 16
Greg
dart breaker
Ritchie.
throw there. And Greg improves his doubling statistics to 2 hits from 3 attempts.
Sixth leg, it's Greg to throw first.
Not bad for Ryan, but
Game on.
one of those misses was very costly. Cost him the match, in fact.
Well, it was looking like a complete cruise for Ryan Murray, wasn't it? But now
57.
the iceberg is in vision.
It's a very long movie. There's so many puns we could pluck from that film.
I actually watched it last week.
100.
Remarkable
did I.
that you brought that up, did you?
Yeah, I did. Still very good. Who's your favourite character?
59.
Now, that is a question I wasn't expecting this morning.
I'm going to say, this is total left field. John Jacob Astor is my favourite character because I've been to his old house
57.
in Hever Castle. And he's got a portrait up in there, and it looks just like the character from Titanic. But he actually lost his life on the Titanic, and he used to live in Hever Castle, which used to be
57.
the home of Anne Boleyn, who was married to Henry VIII. So welcome to your morning history lesson.
And mine is actually, and I've completely forgotten her name,
45.
is the woman who is, she's just come into money.
Oh, new money, Kathy Burke.
Yes. No, not Kathy, but Kathy Bates.
Kathy Bates, that's the one. That would have been funny if Kathy Burke had done it. She's a genius.
74.
The one that gets on the ship with Cherbourg.
Correct. Anyway, same time tomorrow, history and movies.
140.
Well, Ryan, you should have gone 19s first, really. Then you could have left yourself a finish for the match. This is not master out. You can't finish 159.
140.
Master out is when you can finish on a treble, by the way, because 159 can be hit with treble at the end. It would be that, and treble 13.
127. Greg, you require 140.
He knew what game he was playing. But is he playing another game in this match? Double top says yes.
94. Ryan, you require 32.
This has been such an entertaining match. Murray gets another crack at winning it.
Game,
And win
shot,
it, he does.
And the match, Ryan
Murray. But he seemed to be in a hurry at the start of the game. Raced into a 3-leg lead. Greg Ritchie hit back, but it finishes 4-2 in favour
of Ryan Murray, and that means that we can now confirm that Daniel Klose has claimed a spot at finals night on Saturday with 4 matches to spare. Brilliant stuff from him, brilliant stuff from Ryan Murray in that one. Gets his just rewards after 106 average in defeat against Klose in his previous game. He picks up his first win of the day. Klose coming next against Mark McGeeney. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Ryan Murray get his first victory in 6 matches. Nico, that's quite a surprising stat, especially given how he played on day 1 and how he started this morning.
Started fantastically, hasn't he? But I suppose he's been overshadowed by, well, person who's already through. Incredible stuff from Muzz Lightyear so far today, but if he can continue to play that way, then he could find his way to Group B, and that is his goal now.
Most definitely, and as you can see on the stats there, 50% checkout success, 92 average. Of course, he didn't reach the heights of the first game. Really unfortunate to lose that one. But as for Greg Ritchie now, where do you think he's at? Because such disappointment in his first game and then losing out to just the better player in that second one, it's really, really difficult to regroup.
It is a time for him to regroup, but if he looks at the table, he can be very happy with where he stands. He still is in a very, very good position to try and make the top 3, but 3 matches to go. He's probably going to have to win 2 of the 3, I think.
And look at that, you mentioned the table, and it comes up just there. Confirmation, of course, that Daniel Klose is our first player through to finals night. Really looking forward to seeing him in action in front of a crowd.
It's amazing what happens when you play with no pressure. We've seen what he's done this morning already. What could he possibly do next?
Absolutely, and I've seen some Germans tweeting this morning actually saying, oh, it's amazing to see other people are finding out that Daniel Klose is not bad at darts. So, you know, he's done it. People do know how good he is outside of this venue, but it's good to see him doing it on a big stage.
Well, we've already made some Titanic jokes today. Not that we were joking about that particular disaster, but it's the tip of the iceberg, isn't it? When it comes to German darts, there are so many different areas of the country that have really big talents. But this one is a real education for me, and I'm really pleased to find another German talent.
Yeah, it is incredibly exciting. He's up next against Mark McGeeney. plenty of positives from him for him to take after that first win of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I think the best start of the week that Mark has had, and this is something he can really snowball from here. And I really hope he does, because he's a lovely bloke. He's got a lot of experience, a lot of friends in the game, but he's got to fight for himself over the next couple of days, and I'm sure he'll do well.
And I think one thing we were saying a lot about him yesterday, he chips away, doesn't he? And I think that's something that could be beneficial against someone like Daniel, who just stays on one steady line.
The thing about Mark in his career is that he's like a big English oak tree. You try and knock him down, he's just going to stand there and take everything you've got and try and, you know, make you pant at the end and say, right, I'll quit now. But this is going to be a fantastic match. Two really stoic players who will not give much in the way of emotion. It's about who plays the best, and I'm really looking forward to this game.
Absolutely. Perfectly summed up. Let's get it on.
Thanks very much, Abby. Thanks, Paul. And Mark McGeeney looking to be the spoiler, looking to end this fabulous winning run from the already qualified Daniel Klose, who will be in action at finals night on Saturday, and you can see him. Tickets available via dartshop.tv. Who will join him? Well, we'll find out over the course of the next couple of days. Double sessions on Thursday and Friday here at the Super Series. Mark McGeeney hoping to be in the mix. All the players in this group, of course, as always, will be in action. But in which group? Well, that is now what we are going to see unfold for the remainder of the day's darts.
Game on.
Closer. Too far ahead. Mark McGeeney can join Rob Collins on 10 points. 2 behind the players in the provisional places for Group B, Greg Ritchie and Ryan Murray, who
60.
We just saw play out a decent game, which Murray won 4-2 after that stunning display against this man, which was beaten by an even more stunning display. And Daniel Klose is looking to make it the perfect 10 with a run of victories that could go into double figures here against McGeeney. Paul has worked his way down to the comms box. Do you expect him to do so?
On form, you would expect Daniel to win this match, of course. But what we have to maybe think about is, what motivation does he have? What information does he have at hand
59.
to get that motivation? For me, I would seek out in his position, what is my next target for today? I can't just amble my way through to Saturday night. I want to go out from Group A with a statement to the rest of the field this week. Now, 93. He can break the leg difference record, which is plus 30. He could equal the points record for Group A of 28, which was set in this stage by Jim McEwen. In fact, it was equaled because Colin Osborne's done it before.
52.
But he just wants to keep on winning, right? That is the habit that you want to get into as a sports person. Winning is the habit.
And we're going to see some players with winning habits in action later this week. We've mentioned already Martin Adams and Robert Thornton joining the action tomorrow, but also Stephen Burton, a player to watch. He's been excellent at the Super Series so far.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Very, very good player.
100. Mark required 119.
There'll be 3 debutants as well.
Have you been practicing the name of our new Latvian friend?
I didn't know Ryan Palmer was Latvian.
99. Daniel, you require 156.
Well, we'll have a practice after this 156.
Yanis Mustafayevs.
Oh, there we go.
I've been practicing for a week now.
Well, a chance for McGeeney to get the first leg, because Klose, despite threatening the big finish, hasn't completed it, never will.
He's never going to get one.
Yeah, the becoming a running joke now, isn't it? A man who's on an unstoppable run, a run that has taken him to finals now with 4 games to spare. He's on course to win 10 games in a row, yet hasn't hit a 3-figure checkout all week. Yeah, the other 2 debutants.
It's Daniel to throw first.
Along with, say it again, Paul. I need to learn.
Yanis Mustafayevs.
Yeah, him. Jordan Brooks and Ryan the Lion Palmer.
Yeah, I was having a bit of a text convo yesterday with the Lion, Ryan Palmer, left-hander from Bristol.
96.
Looking forward to seeing him here. Big opportunity for Ryan, I think, to put himself in a bit of a shop window. And he's involved in a group which is going to be stacked with a lot of experience. Thornton,
140.
Burton, and the second and third place finishers from this group. It's not going to be easy for Ryan, but he's the kind of player who will crave the challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jordan Brooks will be in Group C.
125.
Best mates with Lee Shewan, who we saw a few weeks ago, and of course he was involved in that 9-dart shootout. Came out on the wrong end of it.
Yeah, that for me was the moment of the year so far. That 9-dart shootout was epic.
They played each other at Lakeside, actually, didn't they, Shewan and Brooks?
Yes, they did.
45.
When I was commentating on that game at Lakeside, I was thinking about what it would feel like to play my best mate, who I actually met on the 3rd of October, 1988.
140.
I can't even imagine what that must have felt like for Jordan. I think Group C is going to be all about Martin Adams, though, isn't it? He will come into that group as a favourite. And you just wonder if McGeeney's going to be involved in that group with one of his former England teammates.
Yeah, experience really can count. Now can Klose close out a big checkout, finally. Double 10.
120. Mark, you require 136.
I was about to say, is there anything that he can't do? But yeah, there is.
We know McGeeney can't take the 136. Come on. Is he going to hit one before the end of the day? I just have to say,
60.
I don't think he is. It's just going to be one of
20.
those weeks where he's going to get a lot of 90 pluses.
Last leg of the day against Peter Jacques. He's going to take out 113.
Can he take a double 5?
Game shot.
Excellent.
On the second leg.
15
Daniel
darter.
Klose.
And Klose gets himself into this match. So far this week, he's had the measure of Mark McGeeney,
Third
beating
leg,
him
it's Mark
twice.
to throw first.
Which
Game on.
I suppose is a measure of just how good a player he is, because McGeeney, in what he's done in his career, won in multiple countries in the WDF and BDO system. He's had a tour card in the PDC, won the Dutch Open twice. We've talked about that at length this week. It's interesting that the social media activity of the Germans since Daniel has
61.
come to the fore this week is that we already know he's this good. You're just finding out now. Well, that's really good because we want to find players like this. And consider my hat tipped to the people who booked him here.
Yeah, absolutely.
60.
And I know that we know from visiting European tours, etc., that there really is a thirst for dart stars in Germany. I'm sure there'll be plenty tuning in from Germany to watch Daniel Klose in action
93.
today. And I'm going to impress you now as well, Paul. I'm going to greet the German fans. Hello.
That hello with an A.
Correct.
Guten Morgen. Wie
58.
geht's? Alles gut.
Yeah.
Which means good morning, how are you? Everything is fine.
And everything certainly is fine for this man. More than fine. It's wunderbar. You weren't expecting that, were you?
Ausgezeichnet,
123.
which means excellent. But wunderbar is such a wonderful word.
Literally.
No, it means wonderful, not literally.
I'm not surprised Henry left after a couple of days.
140.
Well, it's over to McGeeney this time to see if he can get a ton plus out. It's a somewhat frustrating few days, in fact, as Mark. His doubling has only been 29 and a bit % coming into today.
140.
He does have a higher of
Mark, you require
155.
103.
And he did play very decent stuff against Rob Collins in match 2. Averaging 84 there, but his doubles were 67%, so that's the biggest improvement. Double 19. This is what he hit for the 155.
65.
But not on this
Don't you
occasion.
require 84?
It was a good adjustment to the treble 20, but couldn't find the double that he didn't intend to leave initially. Klose will end up on double 11 if he finds a treble 19, but he's next door, and it's a chance for McGeeney to edge ahead
32.
here.
32. Mark you require 38.
That second dart, he found himself on double 35.
Split. He does.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
hits,
third leg.
and he hits the
Come
front.
on, McGeeney.
He looks a lot more assured today. Felt a bit lost yesterday with a couple of dodgy displays.
Fourth leg, it's Daniel to
I'm
throw
not impugning
first.
him by any means by
Game
saying
on.
that, but he started with a 4-1 loss to Ryan Murray where he averaged 73. Then he was a bit better against Collins, averaging 83. 89 in defeat to Greg Ritchie, but Greg was clinical on the doubles.
59.
And another dodgy one against Peter Jacques where he lost 4-1 with a 74. But at the end, I think the thing that helped him in his game with Daniel Klose yesterday in match 13 is that it was a good battle. He lost by 4 legs to 3, but he gave it
58.
everything he had. And that shows exactly what Mark's about. He's not a quitter. He is someone who, with every visit, gives every dart a lot of purpose and focus and thought.
140.
You could see that in his visits in this game. I'm going to ask you a quick question about Mark McGeeney, actually, Paul, because you're someone with experience of looking after yourself. You were probably a pioneer of a kind of new
46.
breed of darts players in terms of health and fitness and that kind of thing. McGeeney's decline in form did coincide with a dramatic weight loss regime, didn't it? And we've seen it with other players. When it happens really quickly, it can cause
140.
a physical effect on your throw.
Yeah, it does affect the centre of gravity, balance, the whole feel of your game. We've seen Phil Taylor's weight go up and down like a yo-yo over the course of his
100.
career. And he was able to manage it with form and make the necessary changes. But for a lot of people, when they lose a dramatic amount of weight, it has a really bad effect on your form. So for anybody out there who is looking
65.
to better or continue their career, but also make some sort of lifestyle change, the best thing to do is to make a gradual change. Look at what Luke Humphries did. He lost a bit of weight, but he has changed the lifestyle completely,
45.
and
Daniel, you
that
require
weight loss
97.
has been maintained.
Oh, will this winning run be maintained? Treble 18 for double 12. No dramas for Daniel with McGeeney
57.
so far back. You mentioned the different format earlier on. We've got double start in Leicester as well for the World Grand Prix. Would you like to see a few different formats for the Super
100.
Series?
Yeah,
Daniel,
I
you
think we'd
require 40.
really benefit from having a couple of maybe special nights or maybe a special
Game shot on the
stage.
fourth leg.
But Daniel
Klose.
makes mincemeat of 501 straight start there in 16 darts. Could it possibly be his first defeat
Fifth leg,
since
it's Mark
game
to throw
2
first.
of
Game
Monday?
on.
But possibilities for change of format. We could go double start. We could go 301 straight start. We could do 301 double start, which would be real quick fire stuff.
140.
But the one thing that Henry and I talked about on Monday, which I'm really interested about, and it's completely left field, is that we are having darts on October the 31st. I think we should have a Halloween special where everybody's in fancy dress, just for the day.
100.
It would be different.
Yeah. We'll see about that.
Does that mean you're here on October 31st?
I don't
and you
know,
don't want to
actually.
do it?
No, I need to look at my rota.
What kind of format would you like to see?
140.
Would you like to see
I
a
like-
ladies' week?
Yeah, I think that's certainly something that could be incorporated. I think it would be fascinating if we could get, for example, Bo Greaves, Fallon Sherrick and Lisa Ashton here at the same time.
Yeah, and a few of the
60.
the figureheads of Japanese darts over as well,
Yeah.
and maybe Tori Kewish from Australia.
One thing that I haven't seen for a long time, and I think would work in a short format, is having a level darts tournament.
121.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
It just adds another element at the end of legs.
We'd have to get used to it as well. There was a video circulating on YouTube recently of Bob Anderson versus Phil Taylor in equal darts.
100.
And some people were asking me about it. And this is very, very common back in the day.
Well, this is for an 11 dart leg for Mark McGeeney.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Nothing Closer could have done, even if it was equal darts, because McGeeney has blown him away in that leg and is one leg away from ending a 9-match winning streak.
6th leg, it's Daniel to throw first.
I may have said this line already this week, but in the words of General Melchett from Blackadder, that's more like it. And he said that when he was looking at
60.
one of Edmund Blackadder's paintings, when in fact it was painted by George. If you haven't seen that episode of Blackadder Goes Forth, you haven't lived. Very funny, but very apt statement from General Melchett, because quite frankly, Mark,
100.
this is more like it. This is very good.
And to be honest, if you had told Mark McGeeney that Daniel Klose would average 20 points fewer in this match than he did in his previous game, or around that mark, he still wouldn't have felt confident he would have beaten him, because he averaged over 111.
Yeah, that's true. Yesterday, when Mark played
96.
Daniel, weirdly, Daniel was averaging around about this right now. And it was a very close battle, and it is once again.
You might need it, you know. We said, will he get one by the end of the day? That elusive 3-figure checkout. Well, Daniel Klose might need one.
Bit like two comic book nerds going after the same comic when they say, got it,
84.
got it, got it, got it, need it. Yeah.
Just look at those stats there. It's pretty even, isn't it, between the pair? And nobody has really managed to match Daniel Klose all week. So this would not be an unwarranted win for Mark McGeeney, should he get over the line.
95.
You would assume that Daniel knows he's safe. It's not as if he's really lowered his excellent performance overall. I know he had that 111 average earlier.
66.
But he doesn't strike me as the kind of person who is just going to coast his way through to Saturday. I think he will really want to win 5 out of 5 again today, like he did on Tuesday.
Is he moving downstairs?
140.
Decided against it, but he gets
Mark
himself below the ton.
155.
He's already hit this against Daniel this week. He's not going to do it again for the match.
No deja vu, but it
45.
could still be an unfamiliar feeling for Daniel Klose,
89.
who may have to take this out. 57 for starters. The man who can't be moved from the top of the table.
Trying to go against the script.
84.
And that certainly wasn't in it.
Required 110.
And McGeeney might be about to rip it up.
This would do Mark the world of good. It would get him to 10 points. Alongside Rob Collins, and only 2 points behind Ritchie and Murray after round number 2 is over.
70.
And he can't do
Daniel
right there what Daniel
5.
has failed to do all week.
McGeeney just turns around to have a look at the last minute. Double one to keep the run going. Then Klose clinches the 6th leg of the match, and it goes the distance down to a decider. McGeeney has the darts, but we all know
7th and final leg. It's Mark to throw first.
Has the momentum of a snowball that's been rolling down a mountain
at a very sustainable pace.
140.
But it is very, very evident that McGeeney is in a much better mental space today than he has been the last couple of days. Like a lot of players have said to me when I've bumped into them around these holes and some previous holes,
96.
it's not where you stand after Wednesday, it's where you are playing on Saturday.
I'll tell you what, for a game
59.
that for one player has absolutely nothing on it, I do sense a bit of meaning, a bit of tension. I'm pretty certain that Daniel Klose is determined to extend this winning
50.
run, and he's making the game important.
I would be. If I was in this position, I would have that inherent feeling of I haven't lost in a while, and I don't want to feel like that. Losing sucks. Even when you are safe and you have
74.
got the job done, that feeling of losing a darts match or any sporting activity, it's not nice.
Well, will losing a dart there make a difference for Mark McGeeney? Because one on the floor just offers a little optimism to his opponent, who finds a couple of trebles.
Very similar to the battle he had yesterday, which was a very good game. But this time, McGeeney's got the darts and he's using them fabulously.
Don't forget, he's already missed one for the match. He's going to get more. He's going to get two more, barring a disaster on his next visit.
Well, you know what the Oliver Reed advice was to Maximus Decimus Meridius? Win the crowd. Oh, there's no crowd.
100.
If you can't win the crowd, win the crown.
Mark, you require 48.
Well, Klose has got the crown in Group A, but he might be about to be overthrown here by Mark McGeeney.
Game,
and he has been.
And the match.
And he's been
Mark
outthrown as well.
McGeeney.
A 4-3 success for the Gladiator, who ends a 9-match winning run from Daniel Klose, whose place at finals night is already confirmed. But Mark McGeeney has given himself a much bigger chance of making it through to Group B with that unlikely victory, it has to be said, based on what we've witnessed so far. But full credit to him, he fully deserved it, and he picks up the win. 4-3 against the top-placed player, Daniel Klose, who will be back in action in a couple of games' times against Rob Collins. But before that, Peter Jacques faces Ryan Murray.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Mark McGeeney come through a last leg decider to condemn Dan Klose to just his second defeat of the week here at the live lounge. There you can see the tail of the tape. Daniel Klose, a bit of a drop off for him in that one. He was still able to force a last leg decider, though of course Mark McGeeney was the player who pushed Klose the most yesterday, losing out in a last leg decider yesterday, but he's come out on the right end of it today. We really are seeing a much more assured and confident Mark McGeeney up on stage today. An 11 dart leg in the middle of that one as well. 100, his highest checkout, 50% on the outer ring. Really clinical display from him in that one. We can see what that does to the table. Of course, it doesn't really matter for Daniel Klose, who is already through to Saturday's final night on 20 points. Of course, Greg Ritchie and Ryan Murray joint on 12 points. Mark McGeeney, Rob Collins on 10. It is Jacques against Murray up next. So Murray with the opportunity to leapfrog Greg Ritchie into second place and grab a bit of a firmer hold on a place in Group B, of course. Ryan's been sublime so far today, one average in excess of a ton, and of course another fantastic display, especially at the back end of legs in his first victory in 6 attempts in his last match. So that will, of course, give him much confidence going into this one. As for his opponent, well, he was just 18% on doubles in his last match. That's certainly an aspect of his game that will need to improve in this one. Charlie Corstefine is ready up on the stage, so let's hand back to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, Ryan Murray has been magical so far today. And Peter Jacques finds himself at the foot of the table after that defeat to Rob Collins a couple of games ago. Murray then managed to get the better of Greg Ritchie after losing to Daniel Klose with an average of 106. How will he be feeling after seeing Klose then average just over 90 in his next match and go on to get beaten? That man there is Charlie Corstefine, giving the big billing. Probably the longest name graphic we've got here at the Super Series.
First leg, it's Peter to throw first.
But if Peter Jacques can win this match, Paul, then it's going to make that race for Group B very, very interesting indeed, because you would then have a couple of players on 12 and 3 on 10.
Could I just for a second take off my neutral hat right now?
Go for it.
I actually want him to win.
No, you're here to give an opinion.
Yeah, it's nothing against Ryan at all, but from a neutral perspective,
85.
we've already got one person in Saturday night. We could almost have another tournament to the end of Wednesday, because if we've got 3 players on 10 points and 2 on 12,
100.
anything is possible.
I will, of course, remain professional and unbiased. Come on, Jacques!
80.
That's because he's from Yorkshire, right?
Actually, from the same birthplace as me. Hospital. No, Huddersfield.
40.
I really wish we'd stop quoting Blackadder Goes Forth. Come on, Baldrick, we're going on holiday. Oh, where are we going? Hospital.
Well, that's where the Terrier nickname comes from, of course.
60.
Huddersfield Town, the Terriers.
He does play a bit like a terrier, doesn't he? Just nips at your heels the whole time. And he's very hard to dispose of.
100.
Because he almost reminds me of Robert Thornton a bit. Gets on with it, high scoring most of the time. And I can see Peter Jacques being
60.
the bogey player of quite a few high talents.
I used to be a postman, Peter Jacques. What is it about postmen becoming excellent darts players?
I really don't know. Like Sid Waddell used to say about Barneveld, I bet he could probably throw the letters
42.
through the letterbox.
Peter, you require 40.
Your Cullen was a postal worker as well,
Shot
wasn't he?
on the first leg.
Straight
Peter
in the
Jacques.
letterbox of number 40 there. Peter Jacques to take the first leg.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I could have said something really controversial there. It's almost as if Peter Jacques is doing more delivering than the postal service at the minute. But we'll not go
85.
there. We're here for darting entertainment, not politics.
Opinions on darts, but we will remain politically Swiss.
100.
And we have had a Swiss player here in Stefan Belmont. I wonder if we're going to get any more. I mean, Thomas Younghans, Andy
60.
Bless. There's a few more.
Yeah, the scope isn't there for so many players. In fact, do get involved on social media at MSS
40.
Darts. Let us know who you would like to see. You can tag myself and Paul at the Asset 180, at Chris Murphy 180 as well. Give us a few suggestions and we will pass them on to the powers that be.
I suppose the best player that we haven't had come here to Super Series Darts yet is Phil Taylor.
He has been here, but just not on the hockey. Sat in this very chair on our launch night, did the power. Was very impressed with the setup and teased the prospect of playing in it at some point.
99.
At this point, we're telling him he's got to qualify.
By the way, the criteria is that you don't have a PDC Tour card, so don't send us any suggestions of professional players.
140.
It's anybody outside of the top 128 in the world. That would be a fine suggestion. And we will announce the players for the last week of qualifying for Champions Week for next week on Saturday night.
Bullseye for Peter Jacques.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, Abby said
Peter Jacques
in the link to this match that Peter Jacques needed to sharpen up his finishing. I think he heard her.
Third leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 2 from 2. That'll do. And what he wants to do more than anything else is keep Ryan Murray from getting a shot at a double. You do that, you will win.
$96.
Such an up and down sport, isn't it? He starts with a massive average but a loss. Then he comes down in statistics by around 10 points and wins.
59.
And then it's a very different thing altogether with another opponent now averaging high 90s. And Ryan doesn't have an answer until now.
180.
Here's the match's first Maxi coming from Murray.
84.
Another thing we shouldn't talk about is Scottish football. I don't know who Ryan supports, or indeed
137.
Greg Ritchie, but I'm sure somebody told me who he supports last year.
98.
Probably best not to go there.
Ryan
Anyway, 2 little snowmen for Ryan Murray to get his first leg on the board in this one. And Jacques is going to have another look. And guess what? From 88,
37.
Ryan Murray did not get a shot at double.
Peter require 120.
But still does have that donut next to his name on that stat. But he'll have attempts at double now because Jacques has made 51. A mess. Unless he goes and busts or something silly, but that won't happen. Will this happen?
Game shot on the third leg.
It looked very inviting,
Murray.
didn't it?
It does for Muzz. Yesterday he was wearing a bright blue shirt and he had a bad day. And I somewhat speculatively said, well, surely if he's superstitious, he's going to go back to the shirt that he wore on Monday. He's having a better day today in this colour. So he doesn't play very well in his away shirt. Peter, though, is in his third different shirt of the week.
140.
Speaking of people getting in touch on social media, we have had a few, but on different things that we've discussed this week. A seniors or youth
95.
Week. The friends at the FDI, Darts Oracle Power Rankings, have suggested. A women's week, which we did talk about, that one coming from Oki Balboa. Fraser Gunn as well.
121.
He wants to see Wes Newton on the big stage. We did see Wes in Southampton in our previous studio. Great moment, actually, when he tapped his opponent on the shoulder to let them know they dropped a flight just before he was about to release the dart.
Yeah, Wes has lost a bit of timber recently. He's looking very well. Be nice to see him back. A couple of his close pals have played recently, and one of them is coming this week in Jordan Brooks.
A fellow Fleetwood flinger. It's a Yorkshire Terrier. Peter Jacques is getting his teeth into this match, and he's looking to take out a ton and carry on this run of outer ring prowess.
That is the
60.
reaction of a dart that is tapered towards
Ryan,
the
you
nose.
require 80.
With his previous darts, which somebody actually sent me a picture of this morning on social media, so thanks for that. That might not have happened. A double 5.
75.
And that is
Peter, you
the
require
likelihood
40.
of an under-delivered dart by Mus Lightyear. Very heavy darts, and sometimes they can be a bit
Game
bottom
shot
heavy.
on the fourth leg.
And it's now 3-1 for
Peter
Jacques. It's 1-1 in their head-to-head record for the week. Someone's got to win it in Group A. Who's it going to be? More likely to be Jacques than Murray, especially with stats like that.
Yeah, every picture tells a story. That tells one story, but this tells the main one. Hasn't missed a single dart
97.
double in the entire game. 3 hits for him, 3 misses for Murray, and therein lies the difference.
That's the old red balloons average, isn't it?
140.
99. That'd be a good walk-on song for Daniel Klose, that, because they did a German version of that song, didn't they? Called 99 Luftballons.
60.
It'd be very popular with a crowd on Saturday night.
45.
Still need to work on a nickname for Klose. And that's another suggestion we need. Help us out. Bottom of the graphic there, at MSS Darts. Get rid of Dan the Man.
What about closer encounters of the third kind?
100.
You know what? I'm going to say no, Paul.
Is that you out in Dragon's Den fashion?
Well, no one's going to be out of this race for
41.
Group B, and we are getting the outcome that, as neutrals, we wanted, because Peter Jacques, with a victory here, would make it very interesting. 2 points between
140.
second and sixth in that new league table, the without Daniel Klose table.
What doesn't help Peter Jacques in his quest for the top 3 is his leg difference. It's not good at -11. He may need Murray to miss this.
68.
And there you go, Peter. There's a little gift for you.
32.
Murray does miss. It's now 5 missed at double. That's the first for Peter Jacques. Followed swiftly by the second, and he's struggling to find a way past here. Going to have to bend one in.
16.
And he can't quite manage it.
Ryan,
Well,
you require 8.
So often it's not about what you miss, how many you miss, but when you miss. And Jacques missed a golden opportunity to win the match, but that could be a help to him.
No score. Peter, you
That was a goal for
require
broke dart there
16.
from Murray. You could barely see that double 2. He doesn't like the lie of the dart. But he
Game,
likes the result of
shot,
that one.
And the match.
It's a
Peter
vital
Jacques.
4-1 victory, and with Jacques at the foot of the table, you would think in the middle portion of Wednesday that he'd be out of the running for the top 3, but I assure you, he's not. That's a good performance. Ultimately, he's 50% on the checkouts. It was 100% before the end of that leg, but a very solid performance in taking out Murray by 4 legs to 1. We now have 3 players on 10 points, 2 on 12. We'll talk more about that race for the top 3 when we return after this short break. When we come back, it will be Rob Collins and Daniel Klose here in round 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Peter Jacques record another important victory over Ryan Murray. The scoreline was 4-1 when the two players met yesterday in favour of Jacques, and it's starting deja vu because it's the same scoreline here today, an average in excess of 93 for Jacques in that one. He was perfect on the outer ring until that last leg, eventually doing enough to get over the line. But as you can see there, 4 darts missed at double in that final leg of the match. As for Murray, just 1 out of 9 on the outer ring, something that is going to need to improve if he wants to clinch that second spot. We can see what that does to the league standings. Of course, another reminder that Daniel Klose is already through to finals night. Ryan Murray remains on 12 points with Greg Ritchie, but you can see how congested that table is now, with just 2 points separating the players in second down to 6th. So it is very much all to play for in terms of qualifying for Group B. Next, we've got Klose against Collins. Of course, Dan Klose losing just his second match of the week in his last match. It'll be interesting to see how he responds to that, but of course, no pressure on him having already qualified. As for Collins, well, his finishing has left a bit to be desired so far today, but he has taken out 2 ton-plus finishes already in his matches this morning. Let's see then how this one unfolds in the company of Chris and Nico.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, it is bottom against top now as Collins takes on Klose, although bottom is also tied 4th in Collins' case on the same points as Jacques and McGeeney. In fact, the same leg difference as Peter Jacques on -8. And Daniel Klose has twice as many points as his opponent in this one and is already through to finals night, as we've been mentioning, but did lose for the first time in 10 when he lost out to Mark McGeeney a couple of games ago. And we were just pondering, Paul, whether or not that was a bit of a foot off the gas moment, because he knew he was through. Although it was a very good game, hard fought. And now, as Abby pointed out, he'll be looking for a response, because he doesn't want to limp into
First leg,
finals
it's
night
Rob
on
to throw
Saturday, does
first.
he? Having
Game
charged there to that point.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do that at all. But he is up against the other person who has beaten him this week in Rob Collins. That came in game 2 on Monday.
140.
So maybe the right opponent right now for Daniel. Now we're going to find out what he's like when he's lost. The last time he lost, he went on a bit of a run.
99.
Is he going to do it again? You just have to stay with us to find out. As for Rob Collins, there's a lot riding on this match. This is his 3rd game of the
60.
day. Ryan Murray and Peter Jacques have already played their 3rd game of the day. Mark McGeeney and Greg Ritchie have got a game in hand after this. But that fight for the top 3 is about as close as I've seen in many a week.
Yeah, there is a scenario where if Mark McGeeney can beat Greg Ritchie after this, if Collins can get the better of Klose,
26.
and then McGeeney loses out to Jacques, you could have 4 players on 12 points as we approach the end of the day. In fact, you could have
98.
4 on 12 and 1 on 14.
At this stage, do we say that Daniel's very happy that that battle's going on and he doesn't have to worry about it?
I think so.
180.
Well, how long are we going to keep saying that the one thing that Daniel Klose hasn't done is taken out a 3-figure finish? What better finish to take out to end the chat than
40.
130 when he comes back?
Yeah, he wants the baby fish, not the big fish. He's not going to get a look at it. Oh, sorry, he is.
79. Daniel, you require
Right
130.
60 and another.
There's not a dart player on the planet who doesn't like this finish.
Well, still 60, but it's difficult now. Can he?
105.
On the green,
Robbie
not in the hole.
requires 16.
You notice both players did the old see what's around the corner lean there, as if to say, I can't see if that's in the 60.
Game
Well, that
shot
one's in
the
the double
first
eight.
leg.
No leaning
Rob
required.
Collins.
And Collins gets the ideal start. 17 darts, which, when you think about it average-wise, Murph,
Second leg,
that's
it's Daniel
probably
to throw
around about where
first.
you need to be
Game
to
on.
contend in a group like this, because it's 88 and stuff. Maybe you'll have to chuck in a few 5-visit legs or possibly an 11 darter like we've seen from Peter Jacques today, just to get yourself a bit further up the
60.
table. But I've seen many a person come through a group averaging 88 over the last year and a half.
Yeah, you will see enormous averages from time to time in these short format matches, but when the averages really tell a tale
60.
is when you look at them over the entirety of a day or the entirety of a group. And usually someone averaging around 90-ish is going to be competitive at the top of the table.
100.
It is a marathon when you play here in a week. When you think about the kind of training that a sprinter would do, for instance, in athletics, it's very
100.
specific. If you're playing one game of best of 11 per day, you have to peak for that one match. With us here, you've got to peak 5 times. That is that's a different skill.
100.
And imagine if you're getting a win, then a loss, then a win, then a loss, and another loss. It's about how your mentality and how your mood changes throughout the day. It's a very difficult thing to master.
Well, is Collins going to be the second man to master Daniel Klose in as many matches and the first to master him twice?
140.
Have you had any suggestions about a nickname for Daniel yet?
I don't think so. I'm annoyed at myself for not thinking of anything decent with an open goal of a surname like that.
Right. Well, his first name,
100.
there is an Elton John
Daniel, you require
song called Daniel.
101.
It's not the kind of stuff you would walk onto. It's a bit too melodic. Bit nice.
Well, there's another song, isn't there, called Tiny Dancer, which features the lyrics, "Hold me closer."
41. Rob, you
He
require
could go full Elton John
116.
tribute act type darts play, couldn't he? Daniel, hold me closer, and come out in the full Donald Duck suit.
I can't believe you brought up that song. That's actually my alarm tone.
42. Daniel, you require 60.
Doesn't have to move.
Game shot on the
That's
second
why.
leg. Daniel Klose.
Perfectly done. Another 2-dart kill from the deadly German.
Well, last time I was
Third leg, it's Rob
commentating
to
with you,
throw
Paul, we
first.
talked a lot
Game
about
on.
that finish, that 60 finish. And he showed there that it's not one that seems to trouble him because that the dart doesn't stand massively to attention for him.
180.
But it is something that a lot of players are going to have to find a way around because it does pose a problem for many.
Absolutely right. Yesterday, when we were casting an eye over the World Grand Prix,
140.
Daryl Gurney threw a flatty. And he got everybody in a tiz about it, but to us it's just old news. But it's just brilliant to see a player
96.
do something that makes a lot of sense and have the courage to do it, where he has a very long dart that sits up to attention, and when he needs 60, he throws a flatter dart to make sure that the flight and the stem are not in the way. As you can see from that camera angle from the side
85.
for Daniel, is that the dart flight is actually pointing at the floor when he brings it towards his face, enhancing what is a very loopy throw.
140.
Very big arc of the dart through the air. So that's why that dart was not in the way on the 60 checkout for him.
A 60 checkout for Rob Collins is a harder finish than it is for Daniel Klose.
Correct. That's a good dart for him right there. He's trying to stack it on the top. And this is surely a 180. Oh, go and get it quickly.
180.
He's a good sprinter.
Rob, you require 85.
Yeah, a bit of a hikey Drexler there.
We know that Collins loves double top.
Game shot on the third
And he
leg.
pins it.
Rob Collins.
Well, you said earlier that it was a marathon, not a sprint, but Daniel Klose had other ideas then. However, this race is being won by Rob Collins at the moment.
Yeah, Daniel Klose is not so much a Heike Drexler. He's more of a Dieter Baumann, a great German middle distance runner. I promise you, I did not search for that. That's in the old memory bank, that one.
Fourth leg, it's Daniel to throw
middle
I
first.
can
distance
confirm
runner, Dieter Baumann.
he's telling the truth. And it wouldn't surprise me anyway.
I'm just waiting for darts to find its own Norwegian superstar.
42.
In athletics, you got Jakob Ingebrigtsen. And there are lots of other people coming through in Norway, like Erling Haaland. I mean, what is he doing in the Premier League? He's having it for breakfast. But we did do some women's darts recently, and there was a very good young lady player called Iselin Howen. Maybe she could be the Norwegian darting superstar we've been looking for in Scandinavia.
100.
Remember the Norwegian player at the Lakeside, Rune David?
96.
Don't forget about Robert Wagner as well, the magician who used to do somersaults on stage.
David actually had, we spoke about that moment that got social media going here with the Danny Lauby dart that hit the floor. Wasn't intentionally thrown, but David actually did intentionally throw one that didn't reach the board, if you remember.
There's a really good illustration of how Rob is knitting those darts together. He's doing a very good job in this game. 2-1 up, averaging 99, just like his opponent.
97.
This is a high-quality match. And the only mistake that Rob has made in this leg is leaving 165. And that's not the first time this week that he has stayed in motion and looked elsewhere before he throws the dart.
Getting closer. 777.
108.
By the way, Rob, loved that little,
40.
I want to be in the shot, little lean there. It's like a photo bomb.
Well, that dart was almost out of shot.
22.
Oh, the pain.
Daniel, you require 14.
He didn't want to leave 99, I assure you. Daniel Klose is allergic to ton plus finishes.
Look at Rob Collins behind him. Such an animated operator, isn't he? Almost punched himself off the stage.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And that
Daniel
will hurt.
Klose.
The chin is up in the air. Rob Collins needs to shake it off.
Well, Rob Collins,
Fifth
I
leg,
suppose we'd have to categorise him as a walking, talking, animated, darting soap opera.
Doesn't leave much to the imagination.
60.
You mentioned it actually earlier. I think it's a great phrase, stage presence, because that's something that we've been able to see in this new venue, even without a crowd. We saw during COVID times, the PDC did a fantastic job of putting events on, and players were still able to show that stage presence. It's not all about having a crowd in the arena, is it?
Not at all. It's about having comfort when you're elevated off the ground and being able to play under these kind of lights as well.
The man, I think, who oozes it from all the players that
97.
I've seen at the Super Series so far is Kevin Painter.
Correct. It's like he was born to play on stage.
He'll be a happy man after the result for Ipswich last night.
Are you?
Certainly not. No, last-minute defeat
100.
at Plymouth for the mighty Sheffield Wednesday.
I'm extremely happy with Miggy Almiron's volley from the other day.
So am I, as in my fantasy team.
There you go.
100.
You've got your stuff together. You know what to do. Did you triple captain Erling Haaland like everybody else in fantasy football?
Just captained him.
Would you put Daniel Klose in your Super Series fantasy team this week? I suppose you would now.
It's difficult, isn't it, with the more unknown quantities, but some of them have come and shown what they can do.
What about that for an idea? Fantasy darts at the Super Series. I think there'd be a few people who want to get involved in that.
Who's out there that can organise it? Come on.
There you go. Gauntlet laid down to everybody out there. If you think it's a good idea, be my guest. Get in touch with the powers that be at the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth.
60.
I think it would be a good thing to do. Who would you triple captain this week? Would you do it to Wolfie? Would you do it to Thornton? Or would you give it to a debutant?
Well, actually, there'd be some skill in it. You probably don't want to pick the player that wins Group A, do you? Because he's going to play
Daniel,
less.
you require
Correct.
156.
There'd have to be some sort of caveat.
Right, 156, his latest attempt at an enormous finish. That one's not going to happen either.
What kind of animation are we going to get from Rob Collins on this 74? It's going to be
59.
pleasure or pain?
Robbie requires 74.
Which one of the P's? Oh, well, it could be either still. 20 and Bull. Bullseye for pleasure.
Game shot on the fifth
Sweet
leg.
spot hit.
Rob Collins.
I think that celebration is something to do with Superman. Up, up, and away!
Sixth leg. It's Daniel to throw first. Game
Closer
on.
is on the brink now of a second straight defeat.
Remaining matches for the day against Greg Ritchie and Peter Jacques. So he's going to have a big
100.
impact on who qualifies behind him in a different group. But you got to say it. Greg has played some good stuff today, as has Peter.
140.
Are they finding Daniel out a little bit here? But it's easy for me to say that. Look at these statistics. Daniel's not playing bad. I think everybody else is playing better.
100.
Is it true? You've been around practice rooms for many years, and it's not like other sports where players are getting
140.
ready in different dressing rooms, etc. You're all in there together. Is it true that a player can start to get a bit of a target on their back, bred by their own success?
Unquestionably. As soon as Phil Taylor was in the practice room, everybody just thought, right,
60.
we want to get that person. The person who is the biggest hitter in the practice room gets all the attention. Everybody looks their way. When
85.
you're playing in a World Championship session, for example, you're always looking out for the high seed that's on that day.
Did you suffer from it a little bit when you burst onto the scene?
I don't think so. I think everybody was a bit ignorant to my talent at the start, which I was more than happy with. But after a little bit of time,
135. Robbie
there were a few
require
years where I was the target man.
136.
Now, for most players, 106 is a more than
100.
makeable outshot.
Daniel, you require
But Daniel
106.
Klose, he hasn't got a chance. Improbable. Impossible.
it's not going to happen.
Forget it. It won't happen.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Daniel Closer.
Mike dropped. It's finally happened. It's a tongue plus finish for Daniel Klose.
Seventh
And he gives us
final leg. It's
absolutely
Rob
no
to throw
emotion.
first.
He may be a
Game on.
Terminator after all.
That's called the reverse curse, by the way.
140.
Well, can he turn it around? Collins off with a two treble turn. Yeah, if you are just tuning in, the reason for that little bit of fun is because despite the dominance of Dan in Group A, he hadn't hit a three-figure finish until that point.
96.
Even with a defeat here by 4 legs to 3, his leg difference would plummet to plus 23.
140.
Fair play to Rob Collins, who is squeezing the lemon for all it's got. 2 140s to start this 7th leg. It's in these positions where you see the real animation of Man of Steel. Any idea why he's called that?
95.
I'm not sure exactly.
But he's still at the red bit.
You'd feel like a steal for Dan if he was to win this, wouldn't it?
105.
I was actually saying yesterday that a good nickname for Daniel Klose would be Steely Dan. Henry didn't even know the band.
do think Rob Collins does work in
60. Rob, you
the
require
construction trade, so that might be
160.
something to do with it. Can he construct the 116?
It may be so.
80.
There we go. It's been fed to me. He is a steel erector, in fact.
That makes a lot of sense then. I suppose we have to say at this point, is it a bird? Is it a plane?
43. Rob,
No,
you
it's a win.
require 36.
And it's a second win against Daniel Klose for Rob Collins and a second defeat for Daniel Klose in as many matches, if this goes in.
Game,
And he uses
shots,
the metal.
and the match.
And there you
Rob
see
Collins.
the unmistakable, animated expression of Rob Collins. Just look at him. The Daniel Klose defeated for the second time in as many games. Collins off to tell the rest of the practice room how to do it. 4-3 the success, and it's 2 defeats on the bounce for Klose, who has already qualified for finals now, but Rob Collins puts himself firmly in the picture for a second or third place finish and the reward of being in Group B tomorrow. A 97.47 average, 7 140s plus 2 180s in that match for Collins. A really good win, and Daniel Klose finally got that 3-figure finish. We've got Greg Ritchie and Mark McGeeney coming next, so do stay with us for that.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Rob Collins condemn Klose to his second successive defeat in Group A. It was a 4-3 victory for Collins in that one. We are starting to see a little bit of a drop-off from Klose in the last 2 matches, but of course it is hard to judge him on this because he's through to finals night already. As you can see there, Klose still with 50% on the outer ring, and importantly, he finally gets that first ton plus checkout of the week. It's something that we've been talking about a lot over the course of the 3 days. It's the one thing that has been missing from his play. Rob Collins with a high checkout of 85 in that one. As we mentioned, Klose has lost his last 2 games. The lads mentioned it in commentary as well, that he will want to go into finals night on a winning streak. So important that he bounces back in his next match. We can see what that victory for Collins does to a very congested league table. I think it's fair to say it now moves him level with Ryan Murray and Greg Ritchie on 12 points, so applies the pressure back on those two for a spot in Group B. Greg Ritchie is up next against Mark McGeeney, who can join those 3 players on 12 points with a victory here. And with Ryan Murray, of course, losing his last match, this is a fantastic opportunity for both players. Ritchie to take a firmer grip on a Group B spot, or Mark McGeeney to apply the pressure on Muzz Lightyear in 3rd. So then, Mark McGeeney has produced some of his best darts in Group A over the course of today's action. Can that continue in this next match? Let's find out and hand back over to the commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. And the end of round 3 of our games today is imminent. And it is just as important as Abby has mentioned. Ritchie, with a game in hand on the chasing pack, will be looking to get himself up to 14 points. You would have a 2-point buffer over the likes of Murray and Collins if that was to happen. However, if McGeeney wins and keeps his good day going, his unbeaten day going, he will be on 12 points with Collins, Murray and Ritchie, with only Peter Jacques languished on 10. Interesting times ahead, Chris Murphy.
Yeah, it really is. And I think it was a good description, congested in that league table. There certainly is traffic in that race for 2nd and 3rd place, having already seen Daniel Klose seal top
First leg,
spot.
it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
Now, if you are new to the MODUS Super Series or just need reminding, the reward for finishing 2nd or 3rd is a place in Group B where 3 players from the 5 qualify for finals night. If you finish 4th, 5th or 6th, it's Group C. The morning session, same time, Thursday and Friday as this session in Group C, and only 2 players from 6 go through. So really is something 55 to play for, even though that top spot and that place at finals night has been confirmed.
The winner of Group C last week was Josh Payne. He made mincemeat of that group, winning 9 out of 10 games. But ultimately, it was another week for Josh where he got a shot to win the week and couldn't do it. So Josh Payne will not be in Champions Week after being in 2 finals. But he's not the only person who did that. Dave Pallett 58. Also lost in 2 weekly finals.
Yeah, there is a cap. You can only have 2 bites of the cherry at most in one of the
134
stages here at the Super Series. They now last 13 weeks, 12 to qualify for Champions Week, and then the Champions Week itself, which will hand out a record £20,000 first prize.
Are you a fan of the new qualification criteria? Because I am. I think it lends itself to more talent coming through.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see more players for a start. More opportunities. Double 18 here to show
Game shot on the first
some tungsten talent.
Greg Ritchie.
From this tartan-clad thrower. But yeah, I think we'll see more players for a start, but you also get a Champions Week, which is exactly that, because it's 12 winners in week 13.
$100.
I'm not entirely sure if that is the Ritchie tartan, you know.
Well, you've had a look, have you?
I've had a look. The Ritchie tartan looks a bit more crimson and green. Maybe it's got some sort of other meaning. I'm sure
85.
If Greg makes finals night on Saturday, we can have our interviewer have a wee chat with him.
We might be having a wee chat with him at some point today. Certainly
99.
Was thinking it would be the case if he carried on the pursuit of perfection there. Talking about a nickname for Daniel Klose, I mean, he's already got one. I don't believe Greg Ritchie has.
45.
I'll just call him the wee man. That's what everybody in Scotland calls their little boy when they have one. He's 27 years of age, and there's nothing wrong with being slightly smaller in stature, because that's exactly what Phil Taylor was. He was well under 6 feet tall, as was Jockey Wilson.
82.
Sometimes having a lower centre of gravity is actually a benefit to when you're throwing projectiles.
Game
shot, especially now. That's an 11 darter.
Ritchie.
It's near we average.
Straight to throw first.
It's very good.
Game on.
Thrown 22 darts in the match. Back to back, 11 dart legs for Greg Ritchie. Look at the difference in the average.
81.
It was 65 points.
It's been a strange old day, hasn't it? Really bizarre. Every player
96.
must be feeling this sort of weirdness that they're going up one game, playing really well, maybe even losing, and then running into a player in the next game who hasn't played fantastic, but suddenly produces
57.
incredible stuff, and they don't play so well themselves. It's been a really bizarre day. You have days like that as a darts player, don't you? One game to the next can just be such a fluctuation.
Absolutely right. Mark's probably thinking after 2 legs, oh, Greg's in the mood.
140.
Here we go. Sometimes you see a player and you think, am I going to be able to catch them? I have stood behind some of the greatest players of all time.
59.
And there have been times where I thought, do you know what? I'm just a bit part player here.
Yeah, front row seat feeling.
But you have to believe in yourself. You have to give yourself the best chance.
31.
Mark was doing that right there by using the 19s on 265. It was the right application, but the execution was a little bit further off.
Well, in the previous couple of legs,
34.
Greg hadn't had to throw that last dart, that 12th dart. Incredible.
Yeah, his average is plummeting.
Yeah, he's down to 117 now. Terrible.
60.
It paints that picture
Greg
of that record average of 118
170.
plus, doesn't it?
Well, 170 would keep him up there.
98.
Still an excellent leg, and he is going to get a look at the 72.
Well, remember the highest average in this venue was hit earlier this morning, 111.48 by Daniel Klose. That certainly could be under threat. If this 72 goes, then
60.
we will
requires
keep an eye on the
72.
average. Treble 16 will be the first port of call. Now another single to leave tops for 3-0.
Game shot
And he
the
gets
third
it.
leg. Greg Ritchie.
So this is where we are. 112.72 after
Fourth leg. It's smart to throw first.
3 legs of darts.
Game on.
More than a point ahead of that record average in the venue that was hit just an hour ago.
Do you want to hear something kind of silly?
Yes, please.
125.
Greg Ritchie's never averaged over 100 in all the time he's come here. 98.56 is his best.
60.
Well,
I wouldn't put the pressure on him to get some sort of venue record or anything like that, but I'd like to see him get his first 3-figure winning average.
Well,
that's something that Ryan Murray did earlier this week.
95.
Well, let me tell you something else. He's only averaged over 104 times anywhere else. And his highest ever average, his PB, is 102.7. That was against David Evans at Q School in 2020.
What's he going to have to do to get a PB average here? Probably a 14 darter. He might have to stick in a big score here and a very good approach.
41.
He played a match on a Challenge 2 earlier this year, Greg Ritchie, against Jordan Boyce. He averaged 63.81.
Here's that big score.
140.
But it just goes to show, doesn't it, the level of ability that is there, but is seldom found.
I'm just going to leave that average up there because still a chance
60.
for the record from earlier to be broken. Certainly every chance that his own personal best will go.
Another
96.
It's all right. Looking for a 15-darter. 106. He's not going to break the 110 barrier if he hits it. So it's all about a personal best. And McGeeney
100.
can do
Greg
very little about
106.
So for his first three-figure average at the Super Series, and the best he's ever hit anywhere, anytime.
86. Mark, you require 80.
Well, this would give Greg a fresh opportunity for another 11-darter. But wins aren't guaranteed, are they? Greg's got to find the double.
40.
McGeeney misses his chance.
Greg, you require 20.
His first chance at a double in the whole match.
Double 10.
Game, shots, and the match.
And there it is,
Greg Ritchie.
107.36 in the end. It is a personal best, and he's smashed his previous best by some 5 points there with that display. Greg Ritchie, a 4-0 win. Emphatic it was. 33 points better off in the average department than Mark McGeeney, who could not do a thing. He only had one darter double. Greg Ritchie only missed one darter double and had back-to-back 11 darters to start that game. Another stunning display today. I think the players are peaking here on Wednesday at the Super Series. And one player who maybe had already peaked, Daniel Klose, will take on Greg Ritchie in a couple of games' time. But Mark McGeeney will be back to face Peter Jacques, and next it's Ryan Murray against Rob Collins.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen one of the best performances ever here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Greg Ritchie with a 4-0 victory over Mark McGeeney in that one. And just look at the average from Greg Ritchie. 102.7 was his previous highest average ever. He's just blown that out of the water. All components of his game coming together, and the players entering this week's competition in Group B will certainly not want to face Ritchie in that form. 80% success on the outer ring in that one, and we can see what that does to the league standings. and it is Greg Ritchie, of course, in second place on 14 points, and he, of course, has that superior leg difference as well. That 4-0 victory really helping out in that one. He did have back-to-back 11-dart legs in that last match as well, which helped him on his way to that victory. Next up, we've got a really big clash, Murray against Collins in the fight to book a place in Group B. Of course, it's a really, really important match for both of these players. Collins has been really impressive in his last 2 matches. He's looking for his 3rd successive victory. Murray looking for his 2nd win of the day, looking to bounce back from that defeat in his last match. Can he do that? Who will get closer to booking their place in Group B? Let's find out with the guys in commentary.
Very good, Abby. Who will get closer? Well, no one will catch him, but it is all about, as you rightly say, those 2nd and 3rd spots are extremely coveted and extremely hard fought now, because this race really is on. Greg Ritchie, Ryan Murray, Rob Collins, Mark McGeeney and Peter Jacques all still in contention to make it through to the evening sessions tomorrow and Friday. And Collins could move into those spots provisionally now. He's on the same points as Ryan Murray and could go into 3rd place if he beats him here on 14, along with Ritchie, who just got his 1st win of the day, remarkably, with that stunning display, 4-0.
First leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game
now,
on.
it is looking much more difficult for McGeeney and Jacques, because they're going to be 4 points adrift of 3rd, whatever happens in this game with 2 games left to play. Hey, we were talking about the start of the day, Paul, at the YouTube show that we do about 15 minutes before play gets underway, and I have to say, you did say Ritchie
60.
and Murray were the men that you thought would make it, and if Murray wins here, then that is looking like the most likely outcome.
Yes, it is at this stage. And of course, McGeeney and Jacques will play each other in the next match. And with both of those guys on 10, at least one of them is going to be out of the running after match 11. But Murray and Collins could do themselves a big,
42.
big favour. But if it's going to be going to the wire, it's going to be potentially on match 14. It could be Greg Ritchie and Rob Collins having a battle for 2nd spot. And it's not so much about whether you're 2nd or 3rd, you just have to be one of them. In relation to getting into Saturday night, positioning's about whether you're 2nd in Group B or 3rd in Group B. But as far as getting through 56. Group A into another qualifying group, you just have to get there. It's not about 2nd or 3rd.
Whoever wins this match is going to be in... It's a strange description because it's for 3rd place, but pole position, I'm going to call it. Does that add a little bit of spice to the game?
Yeah, I think it does, actually. And I think any game involving Rob Collins has got a
60.
Little bit of spike.
Ryan, you require 170.
He's got to be careful here, Ryan Murray.
66.
He could have been in a position there where he was on a finish before he threw the 3 darts and ended up not on one. As it is, he's worked his way down to a very makeable one.
One thing you would hate if you had eyes in the back of your head
Ryan,
is playing Rob Collins. Because, honestly, he's just a walking animation.
Your hair would be up there as well, wouldn't it? Things to hate if you had eyes in the back of your head.
Rob, you require 45.
Good point. Now, Collins is surely going for a 5 here. Just about. Not for the first time today. A dart on the floor.
Game shot
and not for the first time today. A dart
Rob
in the
Collins.
double. And Collins takes the lead with a lovely break of throw.
Second leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
It's almost more exciting, isn't it? The
59.
quest for the top 3 than the top spot. Klose will not want to leave us with a couple more defeats. He's got Greg Ritchie next in game 12.
87.
And then Peter Jacques in match 15. He'd like to get to 24 points. But
Yeah.
Henry, over the last couple of days, we had a little discussion on Monday morning to see
180.
what the points total would be for the winner. He said 18. He thought this group was going to really bunch up.
140.
He wasn't that wrong at the start, but I said 20. So I'm kind of hoping that Mr. Klose actually stumbles so that I'm right.
At the start of the day, you thought you had no chance, and suddenly it's looking like a real prospect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he will be in the curtain closer at the end
90.
of the
Rob, you require
afternoon's action
134.
when he takes on Peter Jacques. Rob Collins is producing some good stuff here. Does he go for 2 tops, even though he doesn't have to? Decided against it in the end
94.
to leave it.
There have been a few finishes this week already where people have gone for 2 double tops when they shouldn't have. And right there, Rob got it absolutely right.
96. Rob,
Don't
you
go for 2
require
double tops
40.
because it just has a lot of peril attached to it.
Well, he needs 1 now. Double 10. Can it bail him out again? Bounce off the barrel.
Game shot on the
Well, it
second
was
leg.
clear of that
Rob
dart.
Collins.
Does use these sort of bulbous barrels, doesn't he, Rob Collins, so you can miss by a greater
Third leg,
margin
it's
on
Ryan
doubles
to
and
throw
still
first.
use them.
Game on.
The ideal guide for Rob on double 10 is probably about a centimetre right of the bed.
100.
Probably the same for Ryan as well with those 28-gram barrels. If he's right on the wire with the point, he's going to be covering some of the bed.
60.
And you have to understand the angle of attack as well.
$83.
Yeah, some doubles are better for some players than others because of the way their darts land.
100.
We talk a lot about how they position themselves in terms of vertically in the board, the angle, the vertical angle, but some players have darts that lean
96.
right, some have darts that lean left.
You're not talking about politics, are you? No, I think we've seen already with some of the angles that we have
60.
at our disposal that both of these guys are delivering darts which go in very straight, which is the ideal angle. But as far as upright,
140.
maybe nobody in world darts right now gets them to stand to attention the way that Ryan Murray does. They're positively Rod Harrington-esque.
97.
Yeah,
Ryan,
he
you
could really
require
block
82.
Double top with the treble.
Yeah, treble 3.
Well, no blockage here.
42.
And still likely to get a leg in the ledger with Collins outside finishing range.
100.
We've only had
Ryan, you
one
require
4-0 all
40.
day. And that was in the last match. In a very tightly contested day.
Game
Double
shot on
10
the
is getting a
third
lot of
leg.
attention.
Ryan Murray.
3 legs, 3 double 10s. This time it's over to Rob to keep that trend going.
Fourth leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
Murray did win his match earlier against Greg Ritchie, but 2-4-1 defeats that incredible game against Daniel Klose
85.
in his opener. And then a 4-1 thrashing at the hands of Peter Jacques. As for Rob Collins, he went down 4-2 to Mark
100.
McGeeney in his first match, won 4-2 against Jacques in his second, and then inflicted that second defeat on Klose. last leg decider.
125.
Just looking at this lineup, who did you fancy to come through
45.
Group A this week? Because when I looked at the lineup on Sunday night, I didn't have a favourite.
Do you know what? I'll be totally honest. My favourite was Peter Jacques, who currently sits at the bottom of the
131.
table.
Yeah, a lot of people went for Peter, including the bookmakers. They had him as the favourite. And when we saw Peter at the bottom of the table on Monday, we were all thinking,
134.
this is so open.
Rob, you require 160.
Another in there to leave his favourite double.
Game shot on the
Fabulous
fourth
finish
leg.
from Rob Collins.
Rob Collins.
And it gets the greeting that it merited from the animated Aerosmith that is
Fifth
the
leg,
man
it's
of
Ryan
steel,
to throw
Rob Collins.
first.
do you know
Game
what?
on.
Some of his facial expressions would be brilliant in a comic book. Go on. should invent some sound effects to go with his facial
140.
expressions. Incredibly passionate about playing this game. There's nothing wrong with that.
140.
Yeah, and it is natural, isn't it, for Rob Collins? It's not a put-on thing. It is part of him. The fact that he does it,
55.
whether we're in a room in Southampton and on a stage in front of no crowd, or gives it the big licks in front of a crowd on a Saturday night.
You can tell it from the way that he walks.
60.
When he walks around any place, he just has a bounce in his step. He's just a really happy guy playing this game.
99.
Almost someone that we can all be inspired by, because we all get downhearted every now and again. But if you watch a bit of Rob Collins and he's having a good game, you think,
60.
well, here's a guy who doesn't tend to overthink the game, and he just loves to be in a battle.
137.
We're still in something of a battle here. That 137 gets Murray down to a 2-darter. And looking to close the gap to a single leg.
44. Ryan, you require 70.
It is double top with a dart in the
50.
way. And that's the reason why maybe a different avenue would be better for Ryan Murray. But if he wants tops, I suppose he has to go for treble 10, doesn't he?
81. Ryan, you require
Maybe using
20.
treble 14. The double 14 would be a better route for him to try and keep darts from blocking the segments
Game
that he
shot on
wants.
the
But
fifth
there it
leg.
is, another double
Ryan
10.
Murray.
I suppose if you're looking for red doubles, you've come to the right place, because that's 5 from 5.
Sixth leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
And it becomes all about this sixth leg. Collins wins it and it's game over. Murray wins it and he's favourite to take the tie. I have to say,
45.
some players have taken the Collins expressive nature the wrong way before. I do remember a little altercation between himself and Roby John Rodriguez at the UK Open, one of the outside
85.
boards. I think there's a certain different etiquette that's expected on the outside boards, isn't there, because they're so close together, although you weren't a great follower of that, were you?
No,
Exactly.
absolutely not. I once got pulled by someone saying that was too much on an outside board at the UK Open. I said, well, you've just trampled on your own statement. It's the UK
140.
Open.
Many more
60.
animated than the asset in full flow in the bad boy old days.
I'd like to say they were the days, but
45.
my wallet was constantly raided by the Darts Regulation Authority because of who I was when I won, when I lost, or somewhere in between. Rob, go downstairs.
180.
Go downstairs, Rob. Honestly, he could have left himself 159, but he was greedy.
Well, starting on treble 20 on 299 anyway was
Rob, you
probably the wrong
require
call.
It is.
190.
Completely the wrong question there from Collins, but the answer was right.
Oh, boy. To finish 299
79.
in 6.
Ryan, you require
The hard way.
167.
But he will be back for that double top to topple Ryan Murray and
97.
to leapfrog
Rob,
his
you
opponent
require
into third
40.
place in the Group A table.
Game, shot,
And Collins
the
claims
match.
it.
Rob
The
Collins.
4-2 success for the man of steel, who moves into the top 3 and is therefore in a provisional spot for Group B. He defeats Ryan Murray by 4 legs to 2, averaging just shy of 90, a couple of 180s in there as well, and that stunning 160 checkout for Collins, who is third behind Greg Ritchie. Ritchie in action against the first place Daniel Klose in a couple of games' time, but before that, the bottom 2 do battle as Mark McGeeney faces Peter Jacques.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Rob Collins continue his impressive form on day 3 of Group A. Paul Nicholson, just how impressed have you been with his performances today?
He's definitely had motivation today, hasn't he? And Rob has been excellent at finishing, just a really solid display. I don't think the 89 average does him justice, actually. You look at the high checker of 160, that equals the best of the week. The doubles have been excellent all over the game, 50% there, and just a really assured display from someone who wasn't shy to tell us how he was feeling about some of those shots.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen his emotions, but we love that side of the players, and we love to see that up on the stage. And it was interesting, you and Murph discussing in commentary that sometimes players don't take too kindly to that, but we love to see it.
He's doing it creatively, but he's not doing it to put opponents off. Some people have done in the past, but he's doing it to the camera, and he's doing any sort of stress-relieving gesticulation behind the player when they can't see. And he's not playing up to a crowd that can influence it. So I don't see anything wrong with it whatsoever.
And as for Ryan Murray, we spoke about him on day 1 as probably the favourite after day 1's play to go through. It's not now in his hands whether he's in Group B or C. How are you feeling at this moment in time if you're him?
A bit odd, considering he's arguably played the best day of the week so far. It's just not gone his way results-wise. But I think it's fair to say that everybody is up their game today. And even Daniel Klose, who's been the best player of the week, he's maintained a really good level of play. But everybody getting better has made him lose points. But you're feeling pretty precarious if you're Mus Lightyear right now.
Most definitely. And we've got McGeeney up against Jacques next. How do you see this one going?
I've been very impressed with Mark today. I think the way he's picked himself up after the last couple of days has been mightily impressive. I'm not surprised to say it, quite frankly, but I think this could be the game of the day. I'm not just saying it because they're down there, they can probably hear me, but I see signs that this game could go 7 legs and it could be really, really good. Maybe not to the 105 to 110 average level, but I'd like to see a mid-90s average game with a couple of key misses in there.
And you mentioned it yesterday, actually, because you said that Mark McGeeney was just bubbling under the surface, I think you said, with him. And you could see the elements were there, just not together. Today, we have seen them all come together at the right time.
When someone is missing by large margins, you start to worry, but he hasn't been. He's been missing segments by very small margins. When he can just bring that heat map a little bit closer to that 60 and to the doubles, you can get big improvements in the space of 12 to 16 hours. And that's what we've seen today from him.
On the spot, then, you can whisper, if you want, who's coming through this one.
Someone from England.
Once you don't get splinters. Right then, let's get into this one. Murph, over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, I'll forgive Paul there for not wanting to favour one player over the other. I've been on that balcony and they can hear every word you say, but from the safety of the commentary box, I will press him for a prediction, so don't worry, he will not be getting away with it. But we will know something else at the end of this game, because the only thing that's been decided in this group is who wins it. That's been settled since about last Tuesday, Daniel Klose. Now we'll know one player that will definitely be in Group C, the loser of this game, Mark McGeeney of Stockport, facing Peter Jacques. It is a war of the roses, this one. Yorkshire.
First leg,
Actually, I was
it's
going to say
Mark to
against
throw
Lancashire.
first.
Stockport's Cheshire, isn't it? So
Game on.
that's a good start. Paul Nicholson's here to rescue me, but I did promise Abby that I would push you for a prediction now that you're in the safety of the commentary box and can't be heard by the players.
Oh. Well, Mark's got the darts, and Mark is undefeated
59.
today. So I'm going to go for McGeeney.
Fair enough.
Now, can you imagine if somebody like Mark McGeeney has
134.
an undefeated day and still doesn't make the top 3? That would make him a heavy favourite going into Group C. But let's look at his predicament, because McGeeney's got 2 games to
60.
go. The best he can do is 14 points. And Greg Ritchie and Rob Collins are already on 14 points. Whoever loses this game is mathematically out of the running for the top 3.
60.
And we'll be making plans for Thursday morning already.
So the first of the final 5, this one. I was just saying before Paul came down to join me that it's the second thing that will be
41.
settled in this group. The first being Klose's qualification. Group C for one of this pair, probably for both of this pair, but it'll be certain that one of them will be in it at the end of this match.
125.
It would make for an interesting Group C if they were both in it. You'd have Latvian Yanis Mustafayev's in there, debutant. Jordan Brooks, debutant. Martin
81.
Adams, legend. Martin's former England teammate, Mark McGeeney. And Peter Jacques as well, who's got a wealth of experience
100
in different arenas. Try picking out 2 from that one.
Yeah, Martin Adams and Robert Thornton joining the party in Portsmouth tomorrow. Now, don't forget that pair
60.
made
Peter, you
the
require
final
82.
of the World Seniors Championship last year, and that event is returning. Tops here for Peter Jacques.
Game shot on the first leg. Peter Jacques.
Yeah, dartshop.tv, the place to go, or seniorsdarts.com for more information.
Second leg,
Tickets
it's Peter
available
to
for
throw
the
first.
Circus Tavern,
Game
and
on.
that really was a fantastic event to launch TV darts for the seniors, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was there for the
58.
first couple of days, and as I was leaving the building on my way to another work engagement, I saw the Phil Taylor walk-on. I'd never seen the Circus
55.
Tavern look so big because they'd opened it up a bit, and I could see it from stage left. It was a thing of beauty. I can highly recommend going to the
97.
World Seniors. It is a fabulous spectacle.
Yeah, Thornton took 2 of the 3 televised titles this year. Taylor reaching 2 finals, losing one to Robert Thornton, the other to David Cameron.
100.
Who's going to be at the PDC World Championship this year. So many congratulations to Dave. His homeland's been absolutely throttled by a hurricane recently. I hope that everything in Nova Scotia
120.
and up the east coast of North America is okay.
$45.
Well, if you said that one of the players is producing some of the best darts today and had won the majority of his matches,
59.
you would not think it would be Mark McGeeney, would you, from what we've seen so far in this one?
I spoke to him very briefly on Tuesday, and he was mystified as to why he was not playing so well in a couple of his matches. But
60.
I think
Peter, you require 167.
Mark is the kind of player who expects to be at a certain level every game, and when he's not, he asks the question, hello?
142.
That would have been the biggest finish of the week. He currently still holds it with 160 alongside Rob Collins now, but Mark's had a very good day so far. 4-2 against Collins, 4-3 against Klose. And unfortunately,
100.
he did lose.
Peter, you require 25.
I said he was undefeated earlier. I forgot about that 4-0 drubbing he got at Greg Ritchie's hands. It might have had some sort of effect on him
Game shot
because
on
he's
the
now
second
2-0
leg.
down
Peter
and he's
Jacques.
lost 6 consecutive legs today.
I'm sure. I did it earlier, didn't I, with the German viewers,
Third
so I
leg,
should
it's
do the
Mark to
same
throw
for all
first.
those watching in
Game on.
Yorkshire. Nice greeting. Hey up.
Well, when you said Battle of the Roses, I thought you'd let yourself down there. You should have said Battle of Roses.
Well, it's been won
100.
at the moment by the man sporting the white rose. But yeah, it's often mistaken. I make that mistake many times. Top point's right by Manchester Airport, isn't it? But in the county of Cheshire.
Yeah, I always remind myself of that by
41.
saying Tony O'Shea was from Stockport and he played for Cheshire. He didn't play for Lancashire and County Darts.
Another player that I'd love to see on the stage here, Tony O'Shea. Did have him at the live league as it was then.
100.
Great company as well, Tony.
Yes, he is. I'm amazed he never got the nickname Tosh. Tony O'Shea.
60.
Too busy doing the old chest beating and calling himself the Silverback. Still throw a mean dart.
Yeah, another player that was involved in that seniors tournament we were talking about. It's the same place to go for tickets
96.
to the World Seniors as it is for Saturday nights here at the Super Series, dartshop.tv. I think it's a darting bucket list for a few people now. Have maybe been to the
45.
Lakeside, been to many of the PDC events, want to visit something different.
Yeah, very much so. And it's not the largest room for good reason, because we want the fans to be close to the players. We want you to see what it's like to play on a stage
48.
really close up. It's so close that you can actually hear the dart hitting the board.
121. Mark to require 157.
There are a couple of big screens either side of the stage, but you might not even need them.
No, you don't.
43.
Just imagine if you get a ticket and Martin Adams is involved, Robert Thornton. A close-up personal look at what they can possibly do. Now, is McGeeney going to break his duck in this match
92.
and break a
Mark
streak
to
of
require
6 consecutive legs
114.
lost?
He won his first couple of matches, but then lost out to that brilliant display by Greg Ritchie. And the first dart meant that he couldn't finish.
92. Peter, you require 142.
He's going to get a look at double 11.
44. Mark, you require 22.
If he decides to go straight for it, which he is, and that's why.
Game shot on the third leg.
You bring up a really
Mark
good point there,
McGeeney.
Murph, actually. Because on things like double 13, double 7, double
Fourth
9,
leg, it's Peter to throw first.
most
Game on.
players will entertain the option of splitting down and leaving something of an even numbered
96.
nature. But you never see people split 11s.
Yeah, which is a strange one for me, because you've got that option, which you have for other checkouts as well, of going that 6 or 10 segment
140.
and leaving a decent double. In fact, Mark McGeeney himself employed that on 38 earlier today.
Yeah, it's true. But one of the reasons why people like double 11 is because it's the exact mirror image of
123.
double 6. It's all about getting the line right. It's, from a feel perspective, a nice double to go for, because if you get the line, everything's good. You can get the weight of the dart wrong. I mean, you don't see many people
100.
who dislike double 6 for that very reason, but because double 11 is odd, it has this extra mystique to it.
Of course, a double start World Grand Prix is on at the moment.
122.
And we do see some players actually going for double 11, double 14, hedging the bets a little bit.
Yeah, Danny Noppert did it. Chris Dobie's done it. After going for double 16, of course, the 14 and 11 option
100.
is mainly used as a
Peter,
plan B.
require
Yeah.
160.
Although I think one year Simon Whitlock was going for double 13 to open.
I think Simon's gone for every double to start a leg in the World Grand Prix.
I know Raymond van Barneveld once went for the bull.
41. Mark, you require 161.
161 on offer for McGeeney. It's not going to go, but 119 is not the easiest of outs.
134. Peter, you require
You don't see people
119.
leaving 27 very often. You might not get a look at it. Ooh, you were saying about double 13?
93.
Good try.
Mark, you require 27.
Well, I'm not sure McGeeney intended to leave this. Some players have started doing this a bit more now, just following a treble in, thinking, look, I'm going to get 2 darts at double anyway, why not? But McGeeney's reaction suggested to me that he'd miscounted there.
17.
He can't find the double.
Peter, you
I
require
thought you were going to say you should have gone for
26.
one double 13.
Well, he needs one double
Game shot on
13,
the
and he
fourth
gets it.
leg. Peter
And
Jacques.
it's 3-1 to Peter Jacques.
Miraculously, after what's been an
Fifth leg,
improved
it's
day for
Mark to throw
Gladiator,
first. Game on.
he could be confined to Group C first if he loses one of the next few legs.
Just 3 darts at double, 2 of them missed at double 10 in that previous
21.
leg. Peter Jacques, this has been the story for him, hasn't it? In the games when he's finished well, he's won. he's probably been in the position to win all of his games, because if you look at the games that he's lost, the one earlier today in this group was against Rob Collins.
48.
And he did have 11 darts at double in that game.
Yeah, it wasn't the best doubling performance by either player, but they did get 25 darts at double between them.
86.
Yeah, when his scoring has been remaining consistent. That fluctuation in his performance seems to be the bit at the end.
It brings up an interesting question, Murph, because at which point or how many doubles would you expect to get a shot at in best of 7?
81.
Without looking at the complexity of the match and expect to win it? I would say 10 or 11. If you're not winning a match after having that many shots at double, it's your own fault. Now, most of the time you want to dispose of a match in 40%, so 10 is the right number.
And in that match, when we mentioned Jacques had 11 darts at double, he actually only won 2 legs.
42. PT required 150.
This match, he's been fine in that department, and this would be a fine way to finish.
Likelihood is he's still going to win.
78.
And that makes the next visit just a little bit easier. This has been a good display from Peter. Doubles are excellent. Scoring is fine. No 180s, but Mark hasn't got any either.
Just looking like he's starting to struggle a little bit here, Mark McGeeney. I don't know if he's had the
45. PT requires
confidence
72.
knocked out of him after that 4-0 thrashing at the hands of Ritchie after a decent start to the day. But it's tops for Jacques to complete a 4-1 win.
There is not much that McGeeney can do from 264. So he may have that sinking feeling of another defeat coming his way after starting with 2 victories. Only 1 match to go, and that is Ryan Murray in match 13. But
20.
Jacques C4, a 4-1 win to keep himself in the running for the top 3. He needs this one.
Seen him do this a few times as well. Block himself out a little bit.
No score. Mark, you require 164.
Well, this would be the ultimate act of robbery if McGeeney were to take that out. Hasn't. Jacques will return.
60. PT required 20.
Second down and 20. Can he complete?
Again, he's muttering to himself. He doesn't like the lie of that dart.
Game,
but this
shots,
time he's able to use it. And it is a 4-1 win for Peter Jacques. Mark McGeeney not looking like a happy chappy at the end of that one. It had started well for him today, but it has gone wrong in the last couple of games. He's won 1 of his last 8 legs, and it means that he will be in Group C. Peter Jacques remains in contention for a place in Group B. But coming next, it is a battle between the top 2, and Greg Ritchie can secure his Group B spot if he can beat Daniel Klose, top of the table player who's lost his last couple of games. Will it be 3 on the spin after winning 9 in a row? Let's find out after this.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Peter Jacques record his second 4-1 victory over Mark McGeeney of this week. Mark McGeeney found himself 2-0 down in that one, meaning he'd lost 6 successive legs. He tried to battle back, but it's another comprehensive defeat for the Scotsman. Having started the day so impressively, we saw him dip, interestingly, around this same stage yesterday, didn't we, putting in a 70-odd average yesterday afternoon as well. So maybe it's a bit of fatigue setting in for the Scotsman again. Jacques with 36% on the outer ring in that one. Neither of them overly convincing in the doubling aspect of the game. We can see what that does to the table, and as Murph mentioned in commentary, that defeat does mean that Mark McGeeney will battle it out in Group C on Thursday and Friday. Next up, we've got Klose against Ritchie, two players who've recorded ton-topping averages today. Klose hitting the highest ever at this venue with a 111.48, and Ritchie with his best ever, a 107.36. So can Klose recover from back-to-back defeats that he has suffered today, or can Greg Ritchie continue his remarkable form today to secure a place in Group B? Let's find out in the company of Nico and Murph.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it is a top of the table tungsten tussle, although Daniel Klose has been sitting pretty at the peak of the pile for quite a long time, looking down on the rest of the field, who have started to take the fight to him, losing his last couple of matches in last leg deciders. And if the German loses this one, then it will settle another score in Group A, because Greg Ritchie will be in Group B. And he's fresh off the back of that 4-0 battering of Mark McGeeney, the 27-year-old Musselburgh man.
First
McGeeney,
leg, it's Daniel to throw first.
Then
Game
going on to lose 4-1 to Peter Jacques. And Abby made a great point, Paul, there about McGeeney seeming to drop his level around this point yesterday as well. Is that something that he needs to look at, what he could be doing better to prepare to maintain
140.
a high standard throughout the course of one of these days?
Yeah, I think it's a very fair point, actually. When you go to constant days of competition, you do start to establish patterns
30.
in your performance. And if you just expect to play day in, day out and expect things to come to you, that is the wrong approach. You have to look at what you do in relation to energy levels.
100.
Not just when you're here, but prior to as well. That's why a lot of dart players these days are doing things like running or having some sort of fitness regimen.
48.
Having that little extra gas in the tank can really help you in this kind of format. Now, you don't have to be someone like a Steve Monaghetti, a great marathon runner, to be able to last 5 games of darts.
100.
You just have to peak 5 times a day. If you look at someone like Robert Thornton, someone like Martin Adams, who we're going to see this week, the ability for them to do it is something
43.
that's why they've got to where they are.
161.
So for Mark, if he's not showing his best stuff in game 4 of the day, then maybe he's got to find out why.
Yeah, for players who are going to go on and win titles in
60.
the professional game, etc., you know, you're going to have to learn that habit. This is another advantage of playing in these events. In a normal knockout tournament, you're out, aren't you? When you've lost a game, that's it, done for the day.
100.
But if you can get in the habit of playing to a good level throughout the day, then you can take that with you when you do get past the first round, the second round, the third round in Pro Tours, etc. I mean, you've done it yourself. You've won Pro Tour events. You can't afford a game off.
No. Especially these days. Look at what the first round brought up in the World Grand Prix. Gary Anderson versus Michael van Gerwen. That happens a lot more in Players' Championship events than ever before. It happens a lot more in these kind of events too. You may have to win your first game of the day to keep yourself in the running.
Daniel Klose.
Daniel, to his credit this week, has shown really good levels of ability
Second leg, it's
throughout.
Greg to throw first.
Now let's look at
Game
his
on.
first game of the week. He averaged 89.6 and had 57% on doubles.
180.
First maximum for Greg comes right there. Throughout Monday, Daniel averaged 86.61. Then it was 90.43.
60.
Today, it's been 111.48, obviously, you know, his best performance. 90. Then 92.
85.
So by that token, he has not averaged under 90 today. So he is playing better day on day. He's got something, this guy.
Yeah, yet today will turn out to have been his worst day in terms of results, whatever happens from here on in. His penultimate match, this one, against Ritchie, and he will play Peter Jacques in the last match of the day, but he lost 1 on Monday, none yesterday, 2 today, despite hitting the record average in this venue that was threatened, actually, by Greg Ritchie a couple of games ago. Ended up with 107.36 when he beat Mark McGeeney. Just get the sense that the pair are feeling each other out a little bit at this point. More on it for Greg than there is for Klose in terms of what it means for league position. But, of course, Daniel will want to stop this little slide.
134.
I'll say one thing that's really in the favour of Greg Ritchie. That's his leg difference. He's at +5. Rob Collins is -5. Boy, is that one thing to hang on to.
Greg, you require
what do I always
44.
say? Win big, lose tight. Now, if Greg was to lose here, make sure it's tight.
24.
Take your opportunities.
Daniel, you
don't give your opponent
104.
things like a 104 because he can hit some plus checkouts. We know that now.
Well, if he does lose tight, it will put paid to any chance of that record leg difference that you were talking about earlier on with Daniel Klose. I think he would need 4-0, 4-0 now, wouldn't he?
Greg, you require 20.
Yes, he would. 8 legs without response would get him to +31. So Chris Gilliland's record of +30 is looking pretty safe at the minute.
So the lock and key, if this goes in.
No score. Daniel, you require
24. Why are
24.
pants on fire?
Well, both players have been on fire at different points so far today. This one hasn't really ignited just yet.
Game
but
shot
that will suit Daniel Klose just fine. He's been the master of winning the mediocre matches so far this week, and he's 2-0 up in this one.
I'm not sure you want to give him that as a nickname. The master of mediocre.
Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think that's something that's been levelled at me before. I prefer to call it the golden mean.
100.
I think if he is going to get a better nickname than Dan the Man, then maybe something's going to have to happen to him. It always reminds me of a great story of a young lady I met in Nova Scotia in Canada
60.
by the name of Emily Alford. She's still got one of the best darts nicknames out there. Her nickname is Off the Wall, which is a tremendous, tremendous name. But it has a story. I first met Emily and her
91.
mum, Krista, when I was doing an exhibition with Jeff Smith in Nova Scotia, and we were just about to start playing our match, and she went to get her darts out of the board, and it fell on the floor.
119.
And we just said, oh, look, it's Emily Off the Wall Alford, and it just stuck. It's a great nickname.
Yeah, one of the famous stories is the Adrian Lewis one, isn't it? The jackpot nickname. Yours is the story behind yours, isn't it? It come from previous career.
I used to work in finance, and I used to be part of a darts team called the Assassins. And a good pal of mine in New Zealand called me a heck of an asset to the game. And next thing you know, I was called the asset.
180. Daniel, you require
Greg Ritchie at the moment. Just put himself back in the picture here. Well, it took Daniel Klose for a long time to hit a first three-figure finish. He's not going to add the big fish right now, but he would
98.
half expect to
Greg,
return.
you require 142.
Might go 17s for this one. Decides not to. Maybe he should have gone to the 17s.
102.
That's a great shot.
Daniel, you require 72.
Puts the pressure on. Treble 16, the first port of call. And now double 12, which he hit to win leg 2. And hits
Game
again
shot
to
on
win
the
leg
third
3.
leg. Daniel
Precious for
Klose.
tyres. That record is still on for plus 31. He would need to win the next leg.
Fourth leg, it's Greg
he'd
to
need
throw
to beat
first.
Peter Jacques by 4 legs to 0.
And
Game
you
on.
spoke about Greg Ritchie's leg difference being plus 5. That could end up being plus 1 at the end of this match. And all of a sudden, there's opportunities for the likes of Jacques and Collins to go ahead of him.
And look who Greg's playing in his last game.
190.
If there's a big swing in that game, Greg could find himself in Group C.
Really interesting climax. Not all just about who wins Group A, even though
100.
that is the biggest prize on offer from it.
It's been your first look at Daniel Klose today, up close, no pun intended. What have you made of him?
Yeah, well, do you know what? I was expecting
134.
something different to what I got, because I spoke to you before the show started, looked at his stats. He'd been very much a man that had maintained a good level of performance without doing anything spectacular. And I think today we have seen spectacular,
41.
but that's also coincided with a couple of defeats.
Yes, it has. If we'd have categorised him over the first couple of days, it would have been someone making very little
29.
errors. Not making silly mistakes. Just doing everything the way darts should be done, really. But he has gone up a level today, and I suppose because of what we've seen in that department, it will make him a threat on
60.
Saturday night if he can find what he did in Game 3 a fair bit come Saturday. He's got a great chance of qualifying for Champions Week, but I suppose the biggest question
81.
sitting in the air right now is it's taken him a couple of days to get to that level. He's not going to have that opportunity to do it on Saturday. The next 2 days are going to be really important for him.
Well, let's also not forget that those 2 defeats that we just mentioned came after he'd already secured qualification for finals.
100. Greg, you require
Nothing like something to play
138.
for to focus the mind. Ritchie won't write himself off just yet. Won 4 legs on the spin in his previous
98.
match, didn't he?
Yeah, not a bad 56 start jolt as well.
Might need a couple of 11s again. But it's 3 in the treble bed to pile
Greg,
the
you
pressure
require
on.
40.
Paul Nicholson said pressure is for tyres at the end of the last leg. But sometimes the pressure can be
20.
too much.
I'm not taking credit for that, by the way. That's definitely a Chris
Daniel, you
Mason
require
line.
20.
Well, this is for 4-0 to get to 22 points.
Game,
Wonderfully
shots,
done.
and the match.
And after
Daniel
winning
Klose.
4-0 in his previous match, Greg Ritchie sees the other side of the coin, and that puts him in huge jeopardy of losing his top 3 spot. It will all come down to his final match in the group against Rob Collins. That will be match 14. Closer with a typically Daniel match. 57% on the doubles, 92.49 the average. He is getting better as the week goes on. That is a fact. So we'll see more of Greg in a bit. We'll see more of Daniel when he plays Peter Jacques in match 15. But before we get there, we will start our final round of matches with Mark McGeeney up against Ryan Murray.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As you can see, I'm joined by our first finalist for Saturday night in Daniel Klose. Daniel, congratulations on making it through to Saturday night. Sum up how you're feeling to have qualified.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I feel pretty good. Yeah, I have the first place on the table. I have 2 days or 2.5 days off. I guess I will do some sightseeing in London. And then I hope I can have the same results on Saturday night then.
And we've seen you perform so consistently over the course of the 3 days, but your performances today, you've taken them up another level, haven't you? Have we seen the best from you today, especially with that 111.5 average?
Yeah, that's of course the best. That was my best average, recorded average so far. Yeah, I can play 90 or 100 plus. It's okay, but 110. Yeah, that was really a nice match.
And playing in these tournaments, they're quite relentless, aren't they? You play a lot of matches in one day. How much can you learn from this experience?
Yeah, playing that much. It's not so much matches because in Germany, on the Super League Germany, we are playing 7 matches a day with best of 11, so that's really hard. So I'm used to it.
Yeah, perfect. And you can tell the way you're playing up there. You said you've got a few days off. You're going to go to London, I believe, aren't you?
Yeah, yes. I guess I will take a bus to London and then check out the Tower Bridge and the Tower of London. Yeah.
Very nice. And we've spoken a lot this week about how you don't really show many emotions up on that stage. You just keep very, very focused. On Saturday night, might we see you with a few celebrations up on that stage?
Maybe if I win. But only if I win, no. No, I have still my feelings, but I just don't show them.
And just sum up how much you've enjoyed this week and taking part.
Yeah, I enjoyed it really well. I had a really warm welcome here in Portsmouth, and yeah, I like it here.
And of course, you've got one more game to come this afternoon, but we will be seeing this man in finals night as well. So we move into our final group of matches on day 3 of Group A. It is, of course, McGeeney up against Murray in the company of Nico and Murph.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. The open top bus for Daniel Klose, but not as a victory parade, just as a paying punter around the sights of London. All right for some, isn't it? The rest of them will have to battle it out in groups B and C tomorrow. Mark McGeeney will definitely be in Group C. The Gladiator, bottom of the pile now, can only finish on 12 points if he beats Ryan Murray, who's actually the player in 5th place directly above him. And he needs a convincing victory, really, and then has to rely on defeat for Rob Collins against Greg Ritchie in the next game as well, and also that Peter Jacques doesn't catch whatever he's done. So there's an awful lot to happen here for Murray to get himself into Group B. But before we get into this one, Paul, it was nice to hear from Daniel there. One of the things that we are determined to do in this sort of new look phase of the Super Series is to bring you a little bit of personality from the players, get to know them, and it was a really warm interview, wasn't it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that, actually. Great questions from Abby, and it just gives you an insight into what kind of person Daniel is. I love the fact that he mentioned the German Super League, because there is one brutal tournament, playing 7 games of best of 11 in a day.
82.
That's the equivalent of winning a tournament in PDC darts at the top level. That's a lot of darts. So for the fact that he said this week, I'm used to it, there you go. You know what you got to do now if you want to get ready for this? You got to play a lot of matches. But I just love that he didn't give us the typical answer of, oh, I'm going to have a bit of rest, I'm going to practice, I'm going to get ready. No, I'm going to go sightseeing in London. I'll see you guys on Saturday. That's brilliant. So honest.
Yeah, and good knowledge as well from
180.
Daniel Klose to get a bus and not a train in the current climate. McGeeney off like a train here, a maximum in the opening leg.
It's not like British trains are anywhere close to being as good as German trains. Again, no politics. Let's sweep that aside.
And let's get back on track with the darts.
I'll tell you what is really odd. about this fixture. There is the possibility that Ryan Murray could finish this table on
57.
bottom
Mark
position.
required 128.
If he loses by a certain margin to Mark McGeeney here, and the results go the other way for him in 14 and 15, Murray could start the day
88.
on third
Ryan
position
required 150.
and go bottom.
58. Mark required 40.
Well, to make that a more likely prospect, McGeeney looks at tops
Game
and
shot in the
pins it.
first leg. Mark McGeeney.
McGeeney, one of the players to have beaten Daniel Klose today. Ryan Murray was on the wrong end of that 111
Game on.
Super Series record average. That's the record in this new venue here in Portsmouth. But interestingly, off-air, Abby spoke to
85.
Daniel and asked him about the games that he lost, and he just said, well, he didn't do anything wrong himself. It's not like he took his foot off the gas. His opponents just played well.
It has been a tale today of people playing better.
45.
If this had been day one of this group, we would have come into Tuesday thinking, what's possible? But I like
100.
the fact that some people have set personal bests today because we do grade them on that. What kind of bracket can you find yourself in? And you want to be one of those players who's put in that 110 plus average. Some people would be happy with just over 90.
99.
It's going to be a very different atmosphere here on Saturday night. If you are curious as to what it's like, why don't you come on and join us?
60.
You can even come down and meet myself and Murph and Mace.
139.
We'll be able to get your photo with Muzz Lightyear as long as he's here.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting end to the week, particularly because this group has been so close, despite closer.
92.
The
Ryan,
the
you
other
require
five have been so
78.
tight, and we know we've got more quality getting added to the field. I tell you what, it'd be really a brave man to pick the 6
38.
players that will be playing
Mark
at finals night on
required
Saturday.
170.
You were wrong about Daniel Klose's 113 checkout in the next match. Or the 15th match, sorry.
Well, it might still happen. It just won't be the first
60.
ton-topping
Ryan,
checkout
you
that he's
require
managed.
40.
Murray wants tops to level this one.
Game shot on the second leg. Ryan
Sneaks
Murray.
it in the left.
Yeah, that's an ace from Murray.
Very good.
Third leg, it's smart to throw first. Game on.
Not the only famous Murray when it comes to Scottish sport, Andy and Ryan. Do you remember the middle distance runner, Yvonne Murray?
58.
She was very good.
Can't say I do. You've got a lot of running references today. Have you
I
been
used to
watching
like
some?
I love athletics. It's one of my favourite things to watch. Get really excited watching
125.
a good 1500 metre race or a 400 metre hurdles.
It makes me tired just watching it, Paul, to be honest.
I remember 2008 when I got to meet Steve Backley,
40.
one of the greatest javelin throwers of all time, and I thought, wow. At a pro challenge, by the way, he was throwing darts, and I thought, these things are a bit smaller than you used to
58.
throw. And there is a big lad.
Yeah, he was throwing them from the back of the venue.
You can't imagine somebody throwing a projectile over
60.
85 meters. Incredible.
Now we're going to go down the segue of Olympic-themed darts players. We had the hammer here, didn't we, a couple of weeks ago?
100.
You got any more?
No, thinking for the high jump now. I mean, I could really produce a tenuous one and just say Jim
121.
McEwen.
We did have Jim Williams last year, but he's had a good PDC Pro Tour season, hasn't he? Picking up a win.
58.
And you don't know what this could possibly do for somebody as a springboard. for next season, because qualifying school is going to take place in Milton Keynes in January. I'm sure a lot of the players who've taken part in Super Series darts
95.
throughout the course of the year will
Ryan, you
go to
require
qualifying school again.
160.
And if they don't get through, we would welcome them back here with open arms to give them another chance for success.
82.
Well,
Mark, you
unlucky
require
there.
127.
Murray going the wrong side of the dart already in the treble 20. It's an opportunity for McGeeney. 57 would leave the button.
55. Ryan, you require 78.
I'm sure he had this in the last leg, didn't he? Different result?
58.
Yeah, there's a 28-gram barrel in the way. It never helps.
Yeah, standing up. Real blocker, the opposite problem. Well, the opposite of the problem, should I say, for Mark McGeeney. Look at that. You can't even see the first dart in the shot.
Ryan, you require 20.
It was laying down that much.
Game shot on the third leg.
But Murray edges
Ryan
ahead.
Murray.
You could say advantage Murray.
You could say. A
Fourth
break
leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
for Murray.
Game on.
So many bits of terminology are shared in sport. But then again, the way that match play
100.
darts, which is what this is very similar to a tennis set, isn't it? Especially when you play best of 11, you get a lot of the same scores in darts as you do in a tennis set. 6-4, 6-5, 6-3.
100.
It's another
Well, you never get 6-5, do you?
another potential format, isn't it? Set play. I really, really enjoyed the
140.
short format set play at the Masters, the Seniors Masters, that is.
So would you, by that token, want to see the Super Series employ best of 3 sets?
60.
Best of 3 sets, but best of 3 in sets and best of 3 overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be fun.
38.
Because what happens is every single leg becomes massively significant.
It'd make like difference a bit different, wouldn't it?
140.
I think our right-hand man, Mark Walker's got enough on his plate right now.
Yeah, I was waiting for the text coming through.
Well, just to make you aware, Mark, we
59.
might need that Super Series abacus after all by the end of the day to see who goes through into Group B and into Group C. Greg Ritchie is hanging on to second spot on the table by the skin of his teeth.
95. Ryan, you require 164.
Even if Murray does win this match, I don't think he's going to make it.
Well, this is the last game, isn't it, for this
79.
pair? So the best
you
that
require
Murray can manage.
106.
In fact, I might as well wait until the end of this leg to talk you through those combos, because the leg could still end in this visit. Not now.
43. Ryan, you require 85.
Does it finish here?
37.
Way off the mark.
Mark, you require 63.
Couple of choices here, 13s or 17s. Still 2 more choices. 10 or a 6, or even the 14 if he so wishes. Tops again.
23.
And a very good try.
Ryan, you require 48.
And if you're Murray and you like tops, this is a good shot. Now he doesn't have a dart in the way.
Game
And it makes
shot on
all the
fourth
difference.
leg.
Not having that
Ryan
obstacle
Murray.
between yourself and the target. 3-1 to Ryan.
So if he
Fifth
wins
leg,
the
it's
next
Mark to
leg,
throw first.
Ryan Murray,
Game on.
he'll move on to 14 points, the same as Greg Ritchie and Rob Collins. His leg difference would be -4, which would put him 1 leg ahead of Collins. So he'd then need Ritchie to beat
85.
Collins in the next match, but hope that Peter Jacques doesn't beat Daniel Klose in the last match.
What you're saying in a nutshell is it's still pretty complicated.
He could be moving up and down
95.
without even playing. Ryan Murray in both of the next couple of games.
It's like being asleep on a ferry then.
But
You're not in control, but you're going up and down.
what he can control is trying to get it done as healthily as possible. Because if he loses this leg and then
100.
wins on throw, that means his leg difference will be -5, the same as Rob Collins, and that could make all the difference come the end of the day.
Yeah, do yourself a favour, Ryan, and win this leg.
140.
It comes into play, doesn't it, that leg difference so often at the Super Series. Players can't be separated, of course. We did
98.
have on finals night a couple of weeks ago that first ever televised 3-way 9-dart shootout. The 180 from Ryan Finesse, perhaps one of the best 180s you'll see, and remarkably
59.
hadn't hit one that night before that 9-dart shootout.
Yeah, outrageous. The one thing I'll always remember about that 9-dart shootout is just how excited Conan Whitehead was. I went into the practice room and read the rules to the players, and he was in the corner just jumping up and down
44.
thinking, this is so exciting, this is so exciting.
Yeah,
He wasn't wrong.
easy to be excited to watch. I'm not sure you'd have the same level if you were in it.
He doesn't
60.
really care. He's in Champions Week. He's the one who beat Ryan Finesse in the final.
Well, we've done the track and field references and the tennis court stuff. Now we've got the opportunity
55.
for some
Ryan, you
snooker.
require
A
147.
147 break to win the match.
Ah, the snooks. 3 for the green.
80.
Oh, and he missed
Mark
the colours.
require 119.
Can McGeeney make this clearance? Well, he's got to go the 12 segment, surely.
Has to. Can he hit the bull?
94.
That was a better effort.
Ryan,
But
you
Murray, if he
require
likes tops, he's
67.
got the option here of treble 9, but he's going to go 17s anyway. And it's 2 at double 8 to win by 4 legs to 1. And that, believe it or not, is a very good guide for him.
Game,
And he
shot,
uses it.
And the match. Ryan
McGeeney
Murray.
loses it and will finish bottom of the Group A table. Ryan Murray now sits in 3rd place in a provisional spot to make it into Group B after that 4-1 thumping of Mark McGeeney. But both Rob Collins and Peter Jacques have the opportunity to catch him. Jacques won't be able to do that if Collins wins the next match, but it is a difficult one for Rob Collins. He's up against 2nd place Greg Ritchie. We know that Daniel Klose has already won the group, but the race to make it to Group B is well and truly on with a couple of games left today. Don't go anywhere.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Ryan Murray complete his day in Group A with a 4-1 victory over Mark McGeeney, an average just in excess of 82 for him. He now has a nervous wait to see whether he'll be returning tomorrow morning in Group C or tomorrow evening in Group B. 50% checkout success for him in that one. He had the highest checkout of 67. Mark McGeeney, he already knew, of course, that he was going to be returning in Group C tomorrow, so very little for him to play for in that match. And we can have a look at what that does to the league table with 2 games remaining in Group A, of course. Confirmation that Daniel Klose finishes top of the group, our first player through 2 finals night. Mark McGeeney finishes bottom on 10 points. So it is, of course, all still to play for in terms of positioning for groups B and C. We've got Ritchie against Collins up next. If Collins wins, it means Peter Jacques will join Mark McGeeney in Group C. Collins looking to win his 4th successive match. It's been a really strong day for him. And we weren't really speaking about him a great deal coming into today's action, were we? But we're certainly speaking about him at the end of it. So let's get into this one then. Our penultimate game of the day in the company of, I was going to call you Henry there, but I'm not going to do that, of Nico and Merv.
Thank you very much, Abby. Get out, Henry. Yes, I am back. Henry got all excited there, just tried to wrestle the microphone off me, but the time has come to start talking about permutations, as happens towards the end of days. So, heads gone emoji, explosion coming up, because all sorts of things can still happen, despite the fact that for a long time this group has been settled in terms of who will top the table. Daniel Klose has held that honour for seemingly ever. But Greg Ritchie,
First leg, it's Greg to throw
and
first.
Rob Collins,
Game on.
both in a position where they can confirm their spots in Group B. Now, there is an outcome that can put them both in Group B. A 4-2 win for Collins in this one would see them both finish in
100.
Group B. Any win for Ritchie would see him through. Any win for Collins would see him through. And that would be at the expense of Ryan Murray. If Ritchie wins, Murray stays in 3rd place and Collins ends up in Group C. And trying to do the sums, I still think there might be a very small chance for Peter Jacques, depending on the margin of victory here.
85.
If Greg Ritchie wins over Collins, because he is only he's only 1 leg behind Ryan Murray, currently in 3rd place. So still
85.
plenty to work out. But we do know that the top and bottom is settled. Klose wins, McGeeney finishes bottom. Is that about right, Paul?
It sounds about right. I think the easiest thing to do is to see
150.
what happens in game 14, see how the chips fall, and then we'll know exactly who's where come match 15. But you can tell by the intensity of the
41.
faces of these players that they desperately want to get this last win of the group to make sure they're playing tomorrow night. Not only because it would be 3 qualifiers from 5 players
91.
in Group B as opposed to C, which is only 2, but that glorious lie-in on a Thursday morning where they can just take it easy and maybe get to the venue
43.
for around 7:30
110.
at night as opposed to 7:30 in the morning.
Thursday morning lion. What's that?
I haven't got a clue.
54.
I'm up with the rats these days. Every single day of the week.
It's a bit rude on whoever you're rooming with.
90. Greg, you require 56.
Well, 56 for Greg Ritchie to take another step towards Group B. Only needs 2 legs to get there, remember.
36.
By the way, I
Rob,
thought you were very
require
rude saying
102.
permutations when Rob's got no hair. He's never had a perm. Can you imagine him with a perm? Double 11.
80.
Oh, very good
Greg,
try.
you require 20.
D10. D5. Oh, did not want S5.
16. Robbie
Now
required
Collins will
22.
return. Nobody ever splits double 11. We've
Game
worked that
shot on
out,
the
and that's
first
the reason
leg.
why.
Rob Collins.
And didn't he like it?
Do you really like it? Is it
Second
wicked?
leg, it's Rob to throw
He's loving it,
first.
loving it,
Game
loving
on.
it.
Lost for words.
See what happens when you turn up.
Oh,
beautiful 180 from Rob.
180.
I was wearing a dart shirt earlier in the week with 3 darts on the back, and they were very vivid
99.
in a sort of pyramid pattern where the points were almost glued together. That's exactly what it was like in that 180 visit. This shirt's more of a
81.
evil Spider-Man look, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like they forgot to add the colour.
You ever seen that movie? What's it called? Pleasantville.
59.
Can't say
Where
it's...
everything's in colour, and then there are some people in black and white. It's almost as if his shirt's in black and white and the rest's in colour.
Well, it's a perfect start here for Rob Collins in this
140.
quest to make it into Group B. There is still remarkably a scenario where Greg Ritchie misses out.
43. Robbie required
He's had
100.
one of the 2 players to have had a positive leg difference all day. He might end up with a minus.
Game
He's
shot on the
-2 in
second
this
leg.
match.
Rob Collins.
Facial expression
Third leg,
united.
it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
He's had plenty of them today. He's very hard to categorise sometimes.
Yeah, do you think is he the most expressive darts player?
He's up there
80.
with Michael and his pomp.
Yeah. My favourite Michael Van Gerwen expression was when Luke Humphries suggested that he'd made a noise behind him or something. It's
55.
It's been made into a GIF, many different things. Brilliant, brilliant moment. See that one where he sort of marched to, he sort of had a little half argument with Humphries
57.
and then was like, right, I'm going to hit this, and really marched towards the board, really pumped up.
Oh, that's right. I remember that one. That was Hulk mode.
Yeah.
60.
Although Mervyn King will always be my favourite in that department.
What, the over-the-shoulder, what's wrong with you gif?
Yeah. Well, what's wrong here
96.
for Greg Ritchie is that in the space of about half an hour, everything could go from looking very, very right to very, very wrong. If he loses this match 4-0, he goes on to -3 in leg difference. Every player, apart from the group winner, will be on a negative leg difference
168.
at that point. And Peter Jacques is on -5, so would need to win by a couple of legs, 3 legs to be certain
81.
of leapfrogging
Greg, you
him
require
and
100.
nicking that spot.
I don't think I've ever seen that. 5 players on a negative leg difference. And let's not forget the fact that Daniel Klose has still got the opportunity of breaking the leg difference
60.
record if he wins 4-0 against Peter Jacques.
$83. Greg, you
To
require
make it
40.
less likely for Jacques and more likely for himself, Ritchie looks at tops. That's a nervy dart. A real pull, and he's looking. He doesn't want to go for double 5. That was a tell, wasn't it? He's going to have to go for it.
Tells me he's going to hit it.
Game shot on the third leg. Greg Ritchie.
Look at Rob Collins. All you can do is sit and laugh. Right, get Rob Collins in this replay, please.
Fourth leg, it's Rob to throw first.
He's like an angry frog in a sock. He's like a gremlin in a crate.
60.
He's just an ultra competitive guy, isn't he? Wants to
Nice.
win every leg he plays.
The many faces of Rob Collins.
57.
That's the title of his biography sorted. It was so much easier to play him when it was online and you can only hear him. Because he didn't make a noise.
134.
Yeah, the master of the silent roar, if you like. But Ritchie now needs one more leg to secure a spot
54.
in Group B. Remember, a 4-2 win for Collins would see them both seal second and third place. Could not then be caught by Peter Jacques.
140.
Ryan Murray wants Ritchie to go the whole way and win this match, because he would then stay in third ahead of Collins and hope that Klose does the job for him
60.
against Jacques.
Rob, you require 167.
Rob never does anything the easy way, that's for sure. He's looking for his best performance this year when it comes to
139.
Super Series darts and what was known as the Live League. This is a much better fourth leg from him. He's on a double after 12.
46. Rob, you required 28.
Makes the next leg massive if
Game
this goes
shot
in,
the
and it
fourth
does.
leg. Rob
If Rob Collins wins this leg, Greg Ritchie is not safe. If
Fifth
Ritchie
leg,
wins
it's Greg
it,
to throw
he's
first.
definitely
Game on.
in Group B rather than Group C. And the advantage, as we know, you've got more chance of making it through than not making it through, because 3 from 5 go through from Group B and only 2 from
43.
6 in Group C.
I haven't seen anybody get this revved up since Alex Roy played Phil Taylor, and he was walking around on the
140.
stage waiting for him like a boxer in the ring. Didn't work. Taylor did the number on him.
96.
I just had a little glance at the stats in the game as well, and Ritchie really hasn't turned up, has he?
No, he hasn't. Averaging 70. Collins.
140.
99.
Yeah, threatening to post a 3-figure return.
60.
But that's a typical visit for Greg in this match. He's been hitting the wires of that treble 20 on the wrong side.
60.
Well, there's still a chance. Still a chance. In this leg, a leg, remember, that Ritchie needs. Otherwise, he's looking over his shoulder.
82.
Yeah, he's having
Rob,
an
you
Aerosmith
require
game here. He's going to be living on the
161.
edge. What could the facial expression of Rob Collins be if he hits that double 12?
So if he hits it, he's in Group B, and Greg Ritchie is not safe.
140. Rob, you require 24.
Do the raw, Rob.
Game, shots, and the match.
Oh, and he does absolutely nothing. Thanks for your help, Rob. But well done to you. A really well-timed run to the top 3. Greg did not find his optimum stuff in that match. In fact, he found his personal best today, but that was one of his worst performances in his Super Series career. But for Rob Collins, that is his best performance this year. Brilliant from him. So, as far as the top 3 is concerned, we will nail it all down when it comes to match 15, which is next, with Peter Jacques taking on Daniel Klose. Peter would need to win 4-0. 4-1 for Peter gets Greg in B by 2 legs won. So, it's going to have to be perfect from Peter after the break.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've got one game remaining in Group A and there is a significant amount on the line in it. We've just seen Rob Collins come through 4-1 against Greg Ritchie to book his place in Group B. A superb win for him, his 4th of the day, given everything at stake in that one. It's fair to say Collins rose to the occasion, closing out the match with a 13-dart leg there to win it 4-1, an average just shy of a ton. It was his best performance of the day by a mile. 100 checkout was the best in the game. As you can see there, Ritchie, we've talked a lot about his doubling all week, really, but just 14% on the outer ring, 1 out of 7 on the doubles, double tops, his highest checkout of the game. We can have a look then at the table heading into this final match and just have a little look at how things are looking heading into that. As I said, Rob Collins has booked his place in Group B, but there's now a nervous wait for the likes of Greg Ritchie and Ryan Murray in this one. Peter Jacques needs to win by 4 legs to 0 to make it through to Group B. As you can see there, the lads in commentary mentioned that everyone aside from Daniel Klose is on a minus leg difference coming into this one. Remarkable. We've never seen anything like that before. Daniel Klose could end the day on 24 points. So let's head into this one and see whether Peter Jacques can remarkably turn things around and book his place in Group B, or whether Daniel Klose will extend his lead at the top in the company of the lads in the commentary box.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it is all about 4-0 this match, because the 4-0 scoreline either way could make a couple of things happen. It would be the result that Peter Jacques needs to usurp Greg Ritchie and book his place in Group B at his expense, or for Klose, it would be the scoreline that saw him break that record, the best ever leg difference at the Super Series. So a whitewash win, the order of the day for both players for very different reasons. You would think that the most likely one to get it is the man finishing his practice darts now, but it is.
First leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
A result, if it's Jacques that gets it, that Greg Ritchie doesn't want. A man who's been sitting pretty in a provisional spot for Group B all day long and suddenly could lose it at the end.
93.
Well, you could say that those two things are all hanging on this leg.
Absolutely, yeah, the first leg could be the most important one, and the leg that he won against Rob Collins could prove to be very important as well.
140.
A great display from Rob to book his place in Group B. He will be in action tomorrow evening, 10 p.m. Group B gets underway live on Sporty Stuff TV, featuring Robert Thornton, Ryan Palmer and Stephen Burton as well, along with either Peter Jacques or more likely
82.
Greg Ritchie. And then Group C, well, that gets underway at the same time as you've been watching the Group A action, featuring Mark McGeeney,
95.
Ryan Murray, probably Peter Jacques, Martin Adams, Jordan Brooks, and Yanis Mustafayevs.
10 out of 10.
Oh,
100.
superb.
Nailed it. I actually got a tweet from Yanis a couple of days ago. He said, "You're the first person in the commentary box has actually said my name right."
123.
So I've just gone from there. Really looking forward to meeting him, actually. I'm quite friendly with Maraz Razma, who's going to be feeling pretty good today, because he took out Ryan Searle yesterday in the Grand Prix, making the last 16.
97. Peter, you
So
require
Latvian darts has never been in a better
144.
place.
Right, we need a practice room camera now on Greg Ritchie. It will be relief at the moment because Jacques can't go out, and he'll be cheering on Daniel Klose for this 82 break that would secure his spot in Group B.
Daniel, you require 82.
Wow, what a shot. Double 16. And what a guide.
50.
Peter
you require 24.
lives still.
The plot thickens.
Game shot on the first leg.
A twist.
Peter Jacques.
May still be ahead.
So the first thing's been sorted out. Chris Gilliland's record of plus 30
Second
in
leg,
leg
it's
difference
Daniel
in
to
Group
throw
A.
first. Game on.
At worst, it can be equalled. So his name will still sit at the top of the tree.
Yeah, I may have actually inadvertently attributed a record to
100.
Daniel Klose earlier today with that 111.48 average. Just I might have slipped up and said it was the highest at the venue. It wasn't. Of course, we saw Conor Heenahan with a 115 plus average on that amazing night. Remember as well, that was the week when Heenahan was leading Group A. Let it slip, and thank goodness he did, because he hit a 9-darter and then hit that 115 checkout in Group B.
100.
Yeah. Imagine if he'd won Group A, we might not have got that 9-darter this week, or that week.
And he might have the highest average at this
100.
venue, Daniel Klose.
Now, Group A has been owned by the Germans over the last couple of weeks. Wonder who's going to own Group A next week. We'll let you know who's playing in Group A on Saturday night. You're going to have to wait.
95.
You're playing pretty soon, aren't you? You've revealed that already.
I haven't told people when, though.
140.
Okay. We'll leave it at pretty soon then.
Mace has already let slip that he's playing in Group A next week.
Suddenly I'm looking forward to commentating even more.
100.
Jacques is hanging by a thread here.
Yeah, it really has been trotting across the tungsten tightrope
100.
throughout the day,
Daniel,
Peter
you
Jacques.
require
Can you trot on a
106.
tightrope? That would be difficult.
Terrier can. Will he stay there? It looks like a good guide, that. No, he's gone the treble 18, back to himself, double 16, missed it twice already.
74.
Misses it a third time.
Peter, you
And he's
require
still on that tightrope.
103.
Is he on the right rope? He's fallen off.
95. Daniel,
He's
you
hoping there's a
require
safety net.
32.
Well, the safety net has been that Klose has kept missing double 16. And he's now missed it 4 times.
Game
But
shot on
not
the second
5.
leg. Daniel
And we
Klose.
can fill in the blanks now, because Daniel Klose has just won a leg that denies
Third leg,
Peter
it's Pete
Jacques
to
a
throw
late
first.
surge
Game on.
into Group B and saves Greg Ritchie's position in third in the table.
Well done, Greg. You're getting a lie-in tomorrow.
180.
Same alarm call tomorrow, Peter.
Well, how about signing off the day with something rather special?
140.
I presume you're talking about Peter.
Well, I was hoping for the best leg that we've ever seen, but Peter Jacques could still produce perfection. 4, 5.
140.
And that's where it ends.
Still a brilliant leg so far. But at which point do we have to start discussing how dangerous Daniel Klose could be
134.
at the German Super League, which he mentioned in his interview with Thabby? The winner of that German Super League next month will get a spot at Alexandra Palace. Now, how many people have we had
41.
here this year who are going to Ali Pali? Scott Williams?
Correct.
Any more that you can think of the top of your head?
Yes, definitely. Because I thought of someone the other day and it's just gone. It's not at the top of my head,
57.
or it's so far at
PC
the top of my head that
require
it's drifted out of it.
140.
Danny Lauby hasn't qualified, has he? Jakesy, what are you up to?
Game shot
Hitting a
on the
140
third
checkout is
leg.
what you're up
Peter
to.
Jacques.
And he scared the 9-darter, but he finished it off in 12 with a big out. Not his biggest of the
Fourth
week
leg,
either.
it's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
So with nothing on the line but pride and the fact that these guys want to get 2 more points, we may start seeing some shackles off type darts.
93.
Lisa Ashton.
There you go. Oh, sounded like Jim Carrey from Dumb and Dumber there. There you go.
Yeah, in terms of players that have played this year, I think Lisa Ashton is the only one, although can't reveal it. But I do
94.
think there are players, or at least one player, that is due to play at the Super Series. Won't say any more names. They'll be revealed on Saturday nights.
Yes, there are players
28.
playing around the world who can qualify for Ali Pali and may get an invite here.
Of course, me, you and Mace will be there, but it doesn't really count in the same way.
97.
Yeah, we don't count. We just talk about the players. They're the superstars, the real stars of this game.
Superstar
85.
stuff, this from Peter Jacques. He's averaging in 3 figures. He's taken out 140. He's hit both of his double attempts in the match, yet it's going to be an ultimate disappointment, even if he wins 4-1.
Welcome to the complexities of Super Series Group A
60.
action. He's got an interesting calibration, hasn't he? When he puts that dart in front of his face, it almost comes from the right to the left, Simon Whitlock style.
157.
And he locks that arm out in a certain position before he draws it towards his face and throws it with real ferocity.
133.
Well, all he can do here is hit and hope. There you see that little lock of the elbow that Paul was referring to.
100.
Should be
Daniel,
conducive to
24.
pretty consistent darts, really, that kind of throwing style.
A couple of times this week he's hit double 12
Game
after
shot on
that.
the 4th leg.
Seems like it's
Daniel
a good guy
Klose.
for him. But one thing I was talking to Henry about the last couple of days is that the action of Daniel Klose reminds
5th
me of
leg.
Nick
It's Pitts
Kenny.
to throw first.
Is
Game
that
on.
straightening of the right arm, and then after that, the dart comes towards the dominant eye.
Well, just looking at Peter Jacques from that side there, his dart never went above eye level. That goes above head level for Daniel Klose.
Yeah, it's the old Martin Schindler thing. Still pretty effective.
140.
There it is. About nose level to start with. Maybe even lower than that.
96.
It's a very good display from Jacques. It looks like he's saving his best for last here. Will it be enough to get the better of Klose? And he can still finish 4th.
96.
Win that little mini league. Go into Group C as the top dog.
You could say it's a battle of the soul songs. Peter Jacques is trying to save his best for
100.
last, like Vanessa Williams. And Daniel is the Phyllis Nelson. Move closer.
Well, nobody has been able to move closer from the top of the table today. He will have a couple of days off to take in the sights
125.
of London.
Is he biding his time?
87.
Looking to rock
Daniel,
Peter
you
Jacques
require 94.
with an 11 or 12 darter.
Is it double-double? That was the intention, and you can see there.
54. Peter,
Get
you
a post-it
require
note between
38.
that dart and the double. Double 19. Can he use that? Oh, tricky. Straight through the
No
goalposts.
score. Daniel, you require
post.
40.
Top bins.
Game shot on the
Back of the
5th
net.
leg.
3-2
Daniel
closer with a
Klose.
13 dart break. And 24 points could be hit.
6th leg. It's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
And the best he can do with leg difference is plus 29. Only plus 29.
Only plus 31 ahead of the next nearest person.
31 legs. ahead as the next person. Put that into winning margins. It's ridiculous.
96.
Yeah, it has been all about Daniel Klose really in this group. An excellent debut at the Super Series for the German, following in the footsteps of Lucas Weinig last week. And we will see him at finals night on Saturday. Daniel on course to win Wednesday's
80.
curtain closer.
We have done those puns to death. At least we're going to get a couple of days off them to think of some new ones.
Yeah, pull yourself together.
$96.
That's not bad. The leader's 115. And the last thing Peter needs is darts on the floor, which is what happened at the end of the last visit.
99.
1 ton plus out in 15 games. 1! Everyone else has got at least 3.
97.
No. Honestly, if this happens, Chris Murphy
140. Daniel, you require
is
130.
mystic.
I predicted about 3 hours ago that Klose had, in the last leg of the day, hit 113 checkout. He's left it. Double top.
93.
Oh, that would have been
Peter, you require 86.
the best moment of my career, never mind him.
That would have been pure insanity.
There might be another leg yet. Bullseye.
39.
I don't think there's going to be.
Daniel, you require
So
20.
double 10. For Klose to close it out.
Game,
And it is
shots,
delight for
and the
Daniel
match.
Klose. The
Daniel
dominant
Klose.
force in Group A signs off his run to finals night with a 4-2 success over Peter Jacques. And a really good game that in the end. 96 averages for the pair of them in that one. Klose getting the better of Jacques, who finishes 5th in the table. Mark McGeeney, the only man below him. Ryan Murray ahead of him on 14 points. He is going to be in Group C with that trio. Greg Ritchie and Rob Collins take the places in Group B. But top spot goes to Daniel Klose, who wins the group with a plus 29 leg difference. The only man with a positive leg difference in the group, and what's been a remarkable 3 days of action in Group A, of which Klose has been king. We are going to hand back to Abby and Paul upstairs to talk you through the action and preview what's coming up for the rest of the week.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph. Nico, a really, really good game to round off the Group A's action there. Jacques not able to do what he needed to get into Group B, but he's certainly shown that he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in Group C.
I think what he needed today was some good performances. He's had one there, even in defeat. So when he looks at his numbers, which I'm sure he will do, looks at the performances in depth, there was a lot to be admired about over the last couple of days, maybe not on Monday.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can have a little look at the graphic to show you the groups that we've got coming up on Thursday and Friday. There we have it. Confirmation once more that Daniel Klose is the first player through to finals night. Nico, look at groups B and C, full of talent, full of names that you've been practicing to learn in Group C there. But Group B we'll focus on first of all. You've got Ritchie going into there, Rob Collins, Robert Thornton, Ryan Palmer, and Stephen Burton returns. Stephen Burton, who dropped his dart down the smoke machine at this very venue. We can confirm he's getting that dart back as well this week. A really exciting lineup.
Well, I don't think Stephen Burton's the kind of player that would go chopping and changing his equipment all the time, but I'm glad he's getting it back. But I think he's the danger person in that group. I think he's just got such a heavy level in short, well, sparky bursts. And that's what you need to do in this format. He's someone who has had success with us previously. I think he's going to qualify, but obviously everybody's going to be looking at Martin Adams and Robert Thornton.
And Burton's someone who's had experience on this stage as well, which you can't say for players coming in on Thursday and Friday. But Robert Thornton, you know, it's pointless even mentioning that with him, but he's so exciting. You mentioned it at the top of the show. The form he's in at the moment, we're not talking about it because of his name. We're mentioning him because of the form he's in. Can you really see him not qualifying for finals night?
No. I just think the way he has gone about himself in the last 12 months, he hasn't had a tour card. He's been with us for a couple of seasons, playing in this format. He loves just playing lots of matches against lots of different players, but he ultimately gets success wherever he goes, and I expect success from him this week.
And a word on Greg Ritchie as well, who we've talked about his finishing all week. There were little dips, weren't there, today, where he just wasn't able to find that same clinical edge. And when that's missing, sometimes his scoring lets him down as well.
It does, and we've talked about the advantages of being in Group B, but there is a major disadvantage as well. You can't make as many mistakes because you're playing less games. So if he does have these dips, the ups are going to have to be very up. The dips are going to have to be a lot lower. Well, not as low, let's put it that way anyway.
Absolutely, and we can look at Group C as well, which of course is the first group to get going at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Look at those names there. Who are you most excited? I know we all know a lot about Martin Adams, but who are the players who may be lesser known in that group that you're excited about?
Well, Jordan Brooks played at the Lakeside against Lee Shewan. It didn't go his way. I'd like to learn more about Jordan's game. We know a lot about Martin Adams, obviously. We know plenty about McGeeney, Peter Jacques and Ryan Murray. But for me, it's about learning of Yanis Mustafayev's. I want to know more about him. I want to know the way he goes for finishes. And this is the perfect atmosphere for him to learn more about his game and for us to learn about him.
Absolutely. It's the same as with Klose this week. You know, it's so exciting for us to get to see these new players, or who are new to us anyway, in this surrounding, and get to understand their game. And it's exciting when we see, you know, the same players so frequently. It's a fantastic opportunity to see this new talent coming through.
This is good for him, and it's also good for Latvian darts as well, because we need some countries like that to get more exposure for more of their players. For too long, it's just been about MODUS Razma, but now we have someone who is spending a lot of time in the UK, playing a lot more players who are perceived as being better than him. He's testing himself, and this will be another test on that ladder.
Most definitely. I'm excited to see him in action too, but I am not averse to seeing more of MODUS Razma and things being all about MODUS Razma. I do absolutely love him. But we will get Group C underway from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Make sure you come and join us. It's going to be a cracker.